Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach Budget Workshop Meeting number 2. Today is Wednesday, July 12th, 2022, and the time is now 10:05 a.m. Thank you, everybody, for continuing this process with us, and also members of the public that's joining us either in person or virtually. We're going to begin today, as always, by first an invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and then the roll call. Commissioner Hay, would you like to do us the honors of the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance?
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for another day and another opportunity to do your duties. We thank you, Father, for being God all by yourself, and we ask now that you be in the midst of this meeting, this budget meeting. Guide our minds and our hearts that we may make the right decision that would be for the betterment of the city of Boynton and for its citizens. Bless each member of this commission and this board. Bless our staff and the entire city of Boynton Beach. We pray that we will have the responsibilities and the love for this city to make it be the city that you would have it to be. And we will be so careful to give you all the honor and all the praise. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Let every heart say amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner Hay. Madam Clerk, if you can please begin the roll call.
Mayor Penserga.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cruz. Present. Commissioner Hay.
Present.
Commissioner Turkin.
Present.
Commissioner Kelly. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to agenda approval. City Manager, would you like to take us through some of your plans for today?
Yes, so where we left off yesterday was development would be up next this morning, but what I would like to do is inquire of what other smaller departments would you like to hear from? Because as you know, we have many small departments that are kind of incorporated under other things. So if there are specific areas that you want to hear from, I would like to know what that is. And we'll present based on what your feedback is. So if you want to do that now, if you want to do that later, contemplate it for a bit while development presents, and maybe on a break, consider. That's up to you all. I apologize for not doing this last night, but there's several small departments. Everybody is prepared to present, but it'll get us into the weeds too much, I think, in some of the smaller departments. So I wanted to kind of put that out there as a conversation point. So if there's hot button topics from departments that you have interest in or concern, I would like to know about those so we can actually have those conversations.
All right, excellent. So what I'd like to do is hear from my colleagues. We may need some additional time to come up with that list to see which departments we're interested in, but I want to be able to give you at least a couple more so we can get the process started, and those department directors know that they're coming up. So we know for sure development's already on the table. But let's hear from my colleagues. Commissioner Hayes, is there any particular department you want to add?
No, but I would like to have that list, and we do it at a break time or something, so I'll know who they are rather than trying to think through at this particular moment. I don't know all of the ones that I don't have a list.
I will send an email to you all. That way you all get the same information one time. So I'll send an email to all of you. That way you'll have something to contemplate and discuss.
That would work for me. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Cruz.
I think just for fairness for all departments, I think it would be best for us to hear from all departments since it is the budget hearing. We don't have to get into the granular parts of every single department, but if we just hear from all of them, just to do the same for everybody.
Okay, so you're thinking more like an overview of each department, and maybe some will have more questions over others.
Correct.
Where do you stand, Commissioner Kelly and Commissioner Turkin?
Yeah, I think I need a little bit. I'm with Commissioner Hay that I think we need kind of a breakdown. I mean, I would like to hear from as many as we can, as many as it makes sense, but I also don't want to hear presentations from departments that weren't necessarily prepared to come, and it's not effective.
There's about 10 is the conservative number of additional smaller departments throughout the city that are prepared to speak and are prepared presentation-wise, but 10 presentations over the time of today concerns me that you may not get to your business. So that we'll do whatever you'd like, but that's the rough number, is 10 additional smaller departments.
City Manager, I think the compromise would be, even if we did do all of that, these would not be hour-long
Correct.
presentations. We'd keep it shortened to the
Right.
point.
Sure and sweet.
Commissioner Turkin?
Yeah, I think if the goal is to finish this up today, then we need to focus on what's urgent, what's important. And I would like to see the list. I would like to throw out community standards. I think that's an important one. But without that list, that's the only one. I know that falls under,
They're under development
Yeah.
services.
Okay, so-
They're not a department, they're
Okay.
actually a division, so they will be covered under the Department of Development Services.
yeah, I wasn't sure if you wanted to dive in, more in detail. But yeah, I'd like to see the list.
Sounds good. So for me, I do have a couple of priority areas. However, I like what I'm hearing from my colleagues. I see no harm. I think it might actually benefit all of us to hear a little bit from the major departments. Again, doesn't have to be an hour, doesn't even have to be 30 minutes, but give us a quick overview of each department so we know how the funds are being used. So for me, I'd like to hear from the Public Art Fund. I want to know what's going on with that historically and what the financial projections are in the future. I want to hear from the golf course. I know that's been doing well historically. I want to know what you've been doing. Again, also where you are today and where you're heading for the future. Economic development. The Children's Schoolhouse Museum, that's an organization we've been supporting for quite some time. And economic, I think I've already mentioned economic development, have I?
Yes.
And I'll leave it there for now, just to give you an initial list. But we may have to come back if my colleagues come up with additionals. Go ahead, Commissioner Kelly.
Marketing, I think marketing, we have some
Yes,
big question marks with
Excellent.
upcoming marketing. And so
marketing,
definitely wanna hear
special
from them.
events.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, excellent. So is that enough for staff to at least get us going for today? And to my colleagues, do you want to wait a few more minutes until you come up with your list, or can we proceed?
Go.
Are you all
The
right?
email is coming to you now with departments, so.
All right, thank you.
And just to finish up what we started yesterday, I think we talked about coming back with the fire assessment fee, like what the minimums would be.
I think we're gonna do that at the end of
Yeah.
today when we get to
If we have the time.
that discussion. We actually have to with our proposed resolution, so that's why,
Well,
that's where the discussion would.
if we don't get to finish today, we can always
So
go.
that's a perfect segue, Vice Mayor and City Manager. At the end of the agenda are 3 proposed resolutions to set the millage rate, the fire assessment, as well as the canal assessment. I know historically we have voted on those items in this meeting. Alternatively, we don't have to vote on them. It's not a requirement. It's not a legal requirement. However, we can simply give them direction so the resolutions are updated, and then we can vote on it next week in our next commission meeting. So we have 2 options. We can either vote on it today, at the end of the day before we leave, or just give direction and then we'll vote on it on the commission meeting with the resolutions already updated with the correct numbers. 2 perfectly fine alternatives. I think it's entirely manageable. I want to hear from my colleagues. Would you rather just vote on it today? Would you rather just vote on it on the commission meeting? Go ahead, Commissioner Kelly.
I would personally rather them be finalized and make sure that it's clear. And so I'm not in any rush that it needs to be done today or even tomorrow, but that they're clear and they're correct and accurate. And so I'm okay with them being put on the next agenda item.
All right, so that would be next week, Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Commissioner Turkin, did you want to say something?
I'm indifferent. I'm prepared to vote on it today if need be, but I can also wait.
All right, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, it depends how the day goes. If we get to it, we'll get to it. If not, we can always add it to the future meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Hay?
I'd like to see us vote on it today, but if we can't, again, we can do it Tuesday. But I'd like to finish up as much as we can today.
Okay. I don't have a clear consensus on that, but what I do feel is we'll go with the flow type of message is what I got. If we do end up putting this on the next commission meeting, which is next week, I just want to ask staff that if that's the case, that you just hold a few more hours on publishing the agenda. So if you do it after we've concluded this meeting today, then you'll know whether or not to add it to the agenda or not. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, thank you so much. I've given you my list of other departments to cover. Development is here, and if there's anything else, my colleagues can bring it up. Is there any other final comments? We can move on with the meeting. All right, seeing none, we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The agenda is amended. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Mr. Temple, I believe we'll begin with you. But before we do, is there any final comments from city staff here, city manager? All right. Mr. Temple, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Commission, city staff, members of the public. My name is Adam Temple, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as your Development Services Director. I lead a dedicated team of professionals. We currently have 43 full-time positions. Our request for this year, we will have 44 full-time positions. So from an expenditure standpoint, this is our proposed budget broken down by division. As I know all of you know, we are a very complex department. We touch a lot of different areas within the city, lots of public interaction, and we're very, very proud of all the work that our team does on a day in and day out basis. Our development administrative division is our non-technical staff. Our proposed budget is $370,590, which represents a 1.5% decrease. Our building division, which runs all of our permitting and inspections for all the construction that takes place within the city. This is a special revenue fund department. All of the funds that are generated by permitting fees are statutorily required to be maintained within the building division. Our proposed budget is $3,756,482. This represents a 10% increase. That increase, as I'll explain in a later slide, represents a transfer back to the general fund for similar to utilities and some of the other departments that went before me for other services such as human resources and legal. Our community standards division, who's one of our most visible personnel out in the city and the neighborhoods every single day. Their budget request is $1,508,683, represents a 0.5% of an increase. And our planning and zoning division, which, as you all know, is responsible for housing all of our development applications, all of our zoning reviews. Their budget is $858,794, which represents a 2.8% increase. Overall, this budget represents a 3.11% increase as a department as a whole. So that's the expenditure side. The revenue side, the department brings in revenue that almost matches all of our expenditures. We are a revenue generating department. We bring in approximately $6 million in revenues through 9 different revenue accounts, from code enforcement fines to building permits to business licenses. Okay, so our entire department budget is, again, a little shy of $6.5 million. When you total all that up, revenue $6 million. So not a lot of highlighted changes. As you saw, a lot of our divisions are fairly flat this year. We are a fairly small department when given the amount of work that we do and the amount of complexities that we have of 40 or so people. Our building division, the 10% increase that I had mentioned, is for an increase for a new plans examiner position and associated supplies. You'll see further down, so what we've done is decrease our reliance on some of our contractual services. Those are contracted licensed professionals that assist us in doing plan review and inspections. Due to the market conditions, those positions, these are very highly competitive positions recruiting wise. They pay a lot of money, and in our last contract, we represented a significant increase of about 40% for those services. So it's starting to make more sense to bring those positions back in house. Providing internet services for our building inspectors so that they can enter real-time inspection results out in the field. Increase to purchase a new vehicle for the new building inspector, and as I alluded to earlier, established a roughly $300,000 transfer that goes back into the general fund. So we've had a lot of successes this year. The crown jewel being the implementation of our e-permitting and software SagesGov. We have just fantastic data and numbers, that I'll be sharing with you all. We have an upcoming development quarterly report that I think you all will be very, very impressed with some of those numbers. It's resulted in a decrease of processing for plan review cycles and improved customer service. So I can to speak to that. Before we launched our SagesGov, we were answering our phone calls at 40%. So if you ever heard people saying, I call the building division, nobody ever answers their calls, they were right. And we're very proud that since we've implemented this software and the hard work of our non-technical staff, we average well over 90%, usually about 95% answer call rate now within our building division. And on that same token, single discipline permits, which would be a re-roof, changing out a water heater, a door window permit. A majority of the permits that we get for your constituents for single family homes. Before we launched our SagesGov project, we were averaging those permits would take 21 days to get out to issue. And we are averaging less than one business week, roughly about 4 days, those permits are getting out the door now. So significant improvements in that area. We help our customers become more aware with some of our e-permitting software and new processes. We didn't want to completely transform our permitting process without providing our customers with opportunities to engage with us and be a part of that process and allow us to educate them on that. Shalika here, our development services manager, leads that effort, and we have a building and Boynton workshop every quarter where we've had a couple hundred people already attend that, and that's something that we're going to continue on. We've implemented an instant air conditioning and water heater permit for all residential occupancies for those that are pulled by licensed contractors. Those are, like I've mentioned at previous commission meetings, those permits are issued instantaneously. That is a benefit for the customer, allows us to keep our permit costs down for the customer, and it also keeps our cost down as well. So it's a win-win across the community. This was mentioned yesterday, and through floodplain management, our CRS rating was elevated from a class 6 to a class 5. Reason why I bring it up is our building officials, also our floodplain administrator, and he and I work very hard on our floodplain management in the city for the construction process. And there's only two things that will get you ejected from that program, and it's elevation certificates and not enforcing your floodplain ordinance. We also adopted the City of Boynton Beach's Complete Streets and Mobility Plan. We've done a lot of work here to identify mobility hubs throughout the city. We have the City Commission previously adopted it. We still have a few other steps in order to implement this plan, and we look forward to meeting with the commissioners who weren't a part of this process before to bring everybody up to speed. It's a fantastic plan. We adopted an improved sign code to allow for greater flexibility. When I was tapped to lead the development department 18 months ago, 2 years ago, this was a project that had been kind of on in the works for years. And through Mike Rumpf and I and the team, we were able to move this forward and with the city attorney's office in about a year. And it's a benefit to the businesses, and there's we're very proud of that. We're also in the final implementation steps of a Griddick software. This is for our planning and zoning office. This will allow greater transparency and access to development within the city. This will allow anybody in the public to be able to see what projects have been approved, where they are in the process, where they are in the permitting process. It'll allow residents to be self-sufficient if they choose to, and be able to get zoning information such as fence setbacks. If they're looking to replace a fence, they'll be able to find all of that by just searching their address. So it'll be a great benefit. We'll be launching this in the next couple of weeks. Our community standards outreach coordinators have created formal training and guides and programs for our new hires, which helps us with consistency and understanding code enforcement laws and procedures. And Candace has done a great job over the last year developing standard operating procedures to ensure this consistency. And we've seen great improvement in this area. Some of our challenges, these are the same every year for the most part. Legislative changes in Tallahassee. Lots of bills that get passed in Tallahassee have direct impacts to many of the divisions within the department. Most recently and notably would be the condo building safety, which since I submitted my budget has now been approved. It's state law effective July 1st. I've received the first draft of the local code that will be presented before the city commission. And so, the budget that we have prepared today, I say all this to say that you will probably see some changes to our budget and our building division as a result of this bill. Maintaining and recruiting of qualified building division personnel. As I alluded to earlier, these are extremely limited field of work, highly competitive in the private sector. And as everybody knows, construction is really booming right now in South Florida. So getting these personnel and being able to keep them in-house is a big challenge. Economic uncertainty and market conditions. I won't belabor that. I know that's been mentioned many times. Managing expectations and resources. That's always a challenge. That's always a challenge for our department. And as I alluded to, the building division, to use it as an example, we can maintain a level of service. All of those funds go into the building division. So if we want to go from 4 days to issue a single distance permit to 1 day, right, that would require some additional resources. Initiatives. I have included a few initiatives in here that are high level. I include them in there so that you have them so that you know what we're planning on working with, and we're going to encourage you all to meet with us to go in great detail on them. We can spend a full day on on 3 of these. We could spend a day or 2 discussing them. We're going to be implementing a user-friendly contact center software. Currently, we for the price of what we're paying for our phone scheduling inspection, we will be able to implement a more robust contact center solution, which will allow our customers to contact us in more mediums than just phone call. They would be able to text us if they wanted to. They would be able to chat with us if they wanted to, or they can call us and talk to us if they want to. It'll just, again, allow a lot more options for them to contact us and get information. Expand our quarterly building in Boynton workshops. We want to pursue our IAS accreditation for our building divisions and our community standards division to, again, continue to build our professionalism within those divisions. Increase business compliance across the city as we talk about revenue and capturing revenue cost. Increasing our compliance of business taxes throughout the city is one of those ways that we're able to do that. We're also creating a culture of process improvement within the department. So we are going to be bringing Lean Six Sigma black belts into the department and going through some project and process improvement and getting people certified in Lean Six Sigma And again, just building that culture of constant improvement within the department for all the processes that we implement. We're also going to be creating a paperless planning division that is ongoing right now. One of the things that you'll constantly hear about from the business community or anybody that's trying to come and invest in a city is the access and ease of being able to do business with the city. This process will allow anybody to, if somebody was looking to relocate their business to the city or come build within the city, it doesn't matter where they're currently located, they will be able to do this work from anywhere. Another initiative, we're going to continue coordinating with our other city departments to review and update the city's comprehensive plan that is due to be updated here very soon. We're going to revise and update the city's workforce housing program and land development regulations. There are tools in the toolbox to assist us with housing and housing options. And this is one of the topics that I alluded to that we can spend a day or two just talking about these alone. Adopt a mobility ordinance, implementing the mobility plan. This is some of the action steps in order for us to start collecting mobility fees from developers that are doing business in the city and reinvesting those dollars back into the city. Another topic that we could spend a full day on. Create a Seacrest overlay to include adaptive reuses of existing buildings and expand permitting uses. This is, talk about proactivity. This is a proactivity measure, starting to introduce some supportive uses for, say, our medical, our Bethesda area. That's growing. Increase public awareness of community standards. If you've been to some events over the past year or so, you've probably seen them handing out literature. They've developed brochures and informational materials to educate our residents on code compliance. And before I wrap up, just want to again thank Miss Brown here for stepping up during this budget season and helping me with this budget preparation for her first time. She's done a great job, and thank all of our development division leadership that does a great job every single day leading our troops to doing fantastic things out in the community. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Temple. Any questions from my colleagues?
Yeah, Adam, thank you very much. I'm a great fan of the work that you do. And again, thank you for your service to this country as well. And, I know that we're getting staffed with community standards. I would like to see if there's anywhere where we could allocate some funds to add additional boots on ground or troops on ground for those weekday nights or weekends, because I've seen in my neighborhood, people try to get some unpermitted work done when no one's looking. And so, I would like to hold everyone accountable, and let it be a fair playing field for everybody if they have to pull permits and pay fees. And so I would like to see that. If there's wiggle room, I know there's only a 0.5% increase for community standards. The other thing is a little bit off topic is I just want to spearhead the homing in project and see what we can do if we have someone interested, see what we can do for the zoning so there's not a lot of, obstacles in the way, because I think that is a chronic nuisance to the city. And it's one of the sore eyes that we have in our community, that a lot of residents are concerned about, and frankly, just public safety in general. And so I would like to see what that zoning is, what it needs to be, and what we can do moving forward. Also, I would like, and I guess I'd have to get my colleagues' permission with this. Is it okay if we could get a P&D board recommendation about the height limitation that's being currently discussed? What is the instruction for that?
Well, that's the matter. You could defer, you could ask the P&D for their input on.
Okay.
That's absolutely with
So I'd like to ask for the P&D board to provide their input on that current topic. But besides that, thank you for the work you do. I've seen a significant increase just from when I've been in office. And, you know, I don't want to praise too much, but your staff responds swiftly and quickly to residents' concerns. You're always at the commission meetings. I know when we've discussed hiring, you do, you know, look into veteran preference, which is to me is important. And you know, you got a veteran running the director of development, and it's seamless. You know, it just shows, you know, veterans get the job done. And so I appreciate you and all the work that you do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Kelly.
I just have, so of course, thank you for the presentation. Sages Gov has been a monumental success for the city. I think that we have improved our vision and our view of how people look at the city in the development department. So thank you for keeping that implemented and going. It's been positive. I would like to hear more on the new law that has been passed and how it's going to affect your budgeting and how you move forward. So it's not something today, something in a future meeting, but I would love to delve into that a little bit more and see how it does affect us as a city and our development department, and so that we can, you know, be proactive and stay on top of that. So I would like to see that come before the commission soon, so that we can address any issues that we have moving forward. But thank you so much for the presentation. And I know we said this yesterday, when the departments come prepared, which they all have, it makes our job so much easier. So we do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I forgot to mention, you know, Sages, you know, we know that we're doing a very good job there, because when your colleagues start reaching out from other municipalities and other commissioners from, you know, Boca and Highland Beach, places like that, start reaching out, asking what you're doing because they're hearing things. You know, it's a testament to the folks that did the implementation and are doing the work, and it's fantastic. Thank you.
Commissioner Hay?
Yes, that's good. Adam, I too have seen a tremendous improvement, and I want to thank your department for that. You were talking about the IAS accreditation. I'm sure that we're working for that. Do you have everything that you need to get us into the top rating? Well, how can we help you?
Our budget, by approving our budget, that we included cost in order to kick off that process. Ms. Brown has already provided them the data and information that they need to give us those projected costs. For talking less than $5,000, you know, we're going to go on and be a fully accredited building division and community standards division, and something that the community and everybody can be proud of. But it'll be a couple-year process.
In a couple of years. Ms. Brown, we really want to thank you for your efforts and the work that you put into it. Also, Adam, if you would talk a little bit more about the workforce housing program and the land development regulation.
Yes, sir. So, you know, nationally, there's not a lot of tools in the toolbox to address housing affordability. The city does have a workforce housing program and land development regulations currently. The city, through the department, recently, late last year, completed a housing needs assessment through a consultant. Through that, we've received some recommendations. The Palm Beach County Housing Coalition has also come out with some recommendations. And so we do have tools in the toolbox, but you know, those will be presented to the city commission at a later date for us to discuss and see what initiatives that we're looking to implement and change in Boynton to address housing affordability.
Okay, how soon will you be conducting your workshops with the community to share some of these great software packages and programs and how we can utilize them.
So we have quarterly the building and Boynton workshops for our customers and that are going through the permitting process. As we launch our Gridix platform for our zoning, planning and zoning department, we will incorporate some how-to videos, just like we did for Stages, instructional videos, allowing workshops for folks to come in and learn how to use those systems.
And will you tell us how you plan to communicate that to the public?
Yes, sir. Actually, we're going to make a brief presentation at an upcoming commission meeting. We're going to show you, we're going to do a drive-by with the system to show you a couple of the quickly show you how the system works so that the public can see it and how it's a benefit for both staff and the public.
Thank you, Adam and Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay, and thank you for bringing up the housing issue. On the topic of housing, I do want to share with my colleagues here that I have been in discussions with Adam and others and staff to bring forward some ideas to the commission because it is something that we do need to tackle. If you recall, separately from that, I also had added to the agenda in the previous meeting in terms of tenant rights and what we can do to protect renters and all of that. So I've asked them to bring forward these ideas along with council so we can have some options on the table and so we can move forward with them. Adam and Ms. Brown, I want to ask you about community standards. And Commissioner Turkin did touch on that. In addition to additional personnel, are there any particular regulatory authorities, I'm not sure what the right term would be, that they are looking for to be more effective? Or I can just generalize that. What do they need to be more effective?
They have the resources. So throughout the last couple of years, we've provided them resources through the commission. So as an example, they have laptops and printers in their vehicles. We've changed through just updating standard operating procedures. You're allowing them to be out in the field a little bit more. They're most effective when they're in their vehicles in the community and not in the office. Through providing additional administrative support and duties allows them to spend more time out in the field. As Commissioner Turkin alluded to, those will be our gaps. Would be evenings and weekends. We do have overtime, and so we do patrol at night occasionally and every Saturday. But outside of that, that's the extent of our evening and weekend patrols.
All right, thank you for that. And that'll conclude it for me. Any other questions? Vice Mayor?
Make a quick comment.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you to you and your team for helping make the permitting process more efficient and effective. And again, thinking back to the affordable housing, I do remember, I think the county passed a bond issue recently. So is that maybe just wanted to include that in there whenever you're doing your presentation, if we can include that in the presentation to see how maybe we could get some of that funding or how that could benefit Boynton specifically.
Definitely.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, I'm very pleased with the progress I've seen in this department, so that's why I have very few questions. It's a good thing. So thank you again. And
my pleasure.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. City Manager, next department. I'm not sure which department is ready to go.
So actually, if I can call up economic development, I'll start off with them, and we'll build out from there with your list, and we'll go from there.
Yep. So again, just to recap, I did hear economic development. I said that marketing and events from Commissioner Kelly. I mentioned the golf course, the public arts fund, the Children's Schoolhouse Museum. I'd like to learn more about the debt service and what we're paying for on that. Was there anything else in particular for my colleagues?
Well, I think the Schoolhouse Museum goes in conjunction with the library, so I'd like to hear.
You want to combine them together?
I think that's on the list that we got from city staff. It was merged. So
all right.
We could hear from.
That works out with me as well.
Yeah, that was the plan. So
perfect.
Excellent. Anything else? I just want to give staff a heads up time to get them ready. Okay. All right. Mr. Scott, Mr. Durgan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Interim City Manager, staff, public. My name is David Scott. I'm the Director of Economic Development and Strategy for the City of Boynton Beach. I'm joined by John Durgan, our Economic Development Manager for the city as well. We wanted to take an opportunity to thank you for allowing us to speak about what we do in the department. We really look to approach each budget cycle as a business. So who, what, why, and what value do we bring to our customers? And those customers being the businesses that we serve, the future investors that are coming to the city, as well as those businesses and residents that are here and enjoy the high quality of life that is Boynton Beach. And we continue to build on that, and we work very hard to do that. So we are one of those smaller departments that you do have, consisting of the two people that you see here today. But we are very outward facing, and we do serve that community. So we build strong relationships with the county as well as the state. So our partners are those economic development directors for the state, as well as the BDB, the county. We also have private and nonprofit partners as well. So it is not just economic development being served by the two people here. The city is being served by the community as a whole. So we wanted to impress upon that. We also thank you for the workshop that you had a few weeks ago now, and we heard you loud and clear in working with the city manager. So I would just like to just state back to you what we heard on that day. The City Commission has provided clear strategic priorities for FY 22-23. These strategic priorities will become the guiding direction or North Star for the organization to follow. The Commission continues to prioritize public safety, safe communities and spaces that attract investment in neighborhoods and businesses, and economic development, which is creating employment opportunities for the city's residents and continue to attract new and grow existing businesses. Other priorities include quality land development, green space, homeownership, infrastructure and drainage improvement, event management, government resource centers and partnerships, and community cultural awareness. I hope I captured the essence of what this commission is seeking to do and set those priorities. Yes.
Did you have
No, I'm
any change slide?
speaking to that. I'm setting up a conversation about who we are and why we exist. And then we'll jump into the budget. But if the commission would like me to move quickly, because I understand we have some other departments behind us, I will gladly do so. But with that, we've come up with our central theme as a department, which is Amplify Boynton Beach toward a livable economy. So we've actually focused on experience centers and placemaking, as well as marketing and connections. So we focus on I mentioned our customers, which are those quality experiences, our businesses, which is attraction, retention, and expansion, our community, which is creating livable communities, as well as that high quality of life, and community economic development. So the community is able to take charge and create their own businesses. I always say if there's going to be a coffee shop in the community, we would like Miss Jones to own that coffee shop. And we also look at opportunity through entrepreneurship. Many of you have heard me talk about home-based businesses as well and encouraging those. And also what I call commercial gentrification. As the community continues to grow, they take the charge of their own communities and they benefit from that growth and that investment. So we continue to focus on that. We understand we also have some challenges in the city overall. And one of those biggest challenges is that most of our wages are in the lower wage sector. So we focused on our target sectors, and we do have a list of those target sectors for which you will hear from and learn more about. And John will be able to list a few of those, but I think you've heard many of those being things like medical, as well as the supply chain. So we can certainly share those as well. But we're focused on those high-paying jobs and creating more and attracting more of those target market sectors. So with that, I'll turn the next couple of slides over to John to speak a little bit more about the budget specifically, and I will fill in wherever we see a need, and then I will close it out.
Thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. John Durgan, Economic Development Manager for the City of Boynton Beach. Just to highlight our brief overview, our department was able to decrease our budget by 1.8%. And in the next slide here, I'll kind of go over what those decreases were for. So the decreases really came from two accounts: the decrease in other contractual services. And the main reason for that decrease is we decided to internally develop our strategic plan for the city. Historically, we've used a consultant to assist us with that process. We feel it's going to be to the benefit of not only the city commission, but as well as staff to produce that internally here, and as we work closely with all of our departments. And then also a decrease in our software maintenance account, and that's just moving all of our software costs over to our ITS department. I'll go through some of the successes for our current fiscal year, some of our challenges, as well as some of our initiatives for this upcoming fiscal year. The successes of our current fiscal year is the completion of our economic development plan, which will be presented to the commission in August. We're really looking forward to that and really excited for that. And the goal of that is simply to provide the city with recommendations on strategies, initiatives, and programs to really help build our local economy, bring in those high-wage jobs, and grow our city as a high tide lifts all boats sort of mentality. The second one is the creation of a new small business grant and loan program. This was a new incentive program we developed for our small businesses this year. The first one was our marketing and digital connectivity small business grant. This was a small $2,500 grant we provided to businesses to help with their marketing efforts. This can be used for anything from helping build out a marketing plan, helping with a strategic for a social media plan. It can help them with posts and ads. And the reason we created this program was a direct response from our business community. During the pandemic, we did a survey to our businesses, and obviously during the pandemic, the biggest challenge our businesses faced was financing. They were looking for direct funding. But the second response that was most important to them was really driving that foot traffic and helping with their marketing efforts. So a direct response to that, we created this program that we thought could really help with that, because that's one of the most overlooked line items in a small business, especially as a small business owner. They have a lot of hats. They're doing a lot of different things, and sometimes that marketing budget slips. So we wanted to provide a little assistance with that. And the second program was our commercial property for forgivable loan program. It's a forgivable loan because it helps with our fiscal year and our budgeting. But again, this is really a very similar program to what the CRA runs, but it's just like it says. It's a $15,000 forgivable loan to help with any interior, exterior remodeling or renovations to a commercial property. And we feel that that was really important for new and existing businesses to really help support them. And then the final success we have for this current fiscal year, in addition to many others, but we really wanted to highlight the signed lease with FAU and having FAU in the SBDC at City Hall. We feel that that's a game changer for the city. We don't know many other municipalities that have a business incubator in a co-working space and an SBDC right in their city hall. This is really to help with entrepreneurship and really helps our small businesses grow and develop. We're really excited about that. And just as a quick update, we're working with our planning and zoning department to finalize their signage on the exterior and interior of the building. They're pretty much moved in. They're waiting on a few technology upgrades into their space, but they're currently operating it as a co-working space, so you can sign up and become a member of that space. And we're going to work on, and I'll get to it in our initiatives, working on a more formalized, robust program with FAU. But they're pretty much moved in there, and we're just really excited about that. That's a big deal for us. And then again, most of our departments have talked about it. Some of our challenges for the current fiscal year, the economic climate with inflation costs are really hurting our small business owners. In addition to many analysts say it's happening now, it's happening at the end of the year. We don't know when it's going to happen. We do know there could be some sort of recession in the near future. So we're trying to be proactive and really develop some services in the immediate right now to help our small businesses adapt to that. And then we've also had a challenge with our business communication and engagement, really reaching out to our businesses. We're trying to find new ways to engage with them because we have a ton of services that we can connect them to, a ton of resources and programs that we have, and you know we work closely with our library in development to come up with these programs, and we want to share them, and we know they're of benefit. And as talking to the SBDC, the Small Business Administration really did say direct funding was a help to businesses during the pandemic, but what was really most helpful was that technical assistance to really help them adapt their business model and their business plan to really meet the current needs of the economy. So really just trying to find out new avenues and working with our marketing department to come up with new creative ways to really engage and communicate with our businesses. And then finally, our initiatives for this fiscal year, really from a high level organizational standpoint, really just like Adam mentioned, making everything more efficient and effective for our businesses, creating a one-stop shop program for business support. So all the services the city provides, all the resources that we have, creating some sort of small business hub where they can get all that access and all that information in a program. We're really excited about that. Formalizing and creating a more robust partnership program with FAU Tech Runway as well as the SBDC. We signed that lease with FAU Tech Runway before the SBDC fell under that umbrella, which has only enhanced the services that they can provide downstairs on the first floor of City Hall. So coming up with a more formalized program with them, coming up with a master calendar of all the seminars and programs they're going to be having throughout the year. And really having that direct access. So whatever service a small business needs, we can connect them to the right resources. Updating and creating a new business incentive program. That's in relation, we have our marketing and commercial property improvement incentive program currently is really updating that or creating a whole new program. We have some flexibility that we were requesting to create some sort of incentive program. And I know David and I presented to the commission last year on a number of incentive programs throughout Palm Beach County, some of the local CRAs as well as cities and municipalities and what they're doing, and we can absolutely come back with an updated list of those and what those look like. And then creating a new 5-year strategic plan for the city. We feel that it's good to have those 1-year plans and get that updated by the commission annually, but really building a robust 5-year strategic plan to really make an impact and prioritize city resources that is going to be really impactful. And that's going to be starting this summer, developing that out, having public input meetings, working with staff as well as the commission on developing what that vision is for the city from a 5-year standpoint. I'll take it back over to David if you have any input on that.
And I would add to the 5-year strategic plan, the schedule is established so that it allows the commission input to precede the budget cycle. So next year's cycle will allow for public input, commission input, staff input, and then present that strategic plan to the commission for direction, and that those priorities are established through that plan, which then feed into the budget conversation and guide that as well. Just want to circle back around just briefly. We mentioned some of those top targeted industries that are being identified in the economic development plan, sort of a precursor to the presentation that you will hear from FIU in August. So we tried not to get too ahead of ourselves, but John and I have been working hand in hand with the consultant. We lead a lot of that conversation, but they bring us information based upon data and proven practices. So for the city of Boynton Beach, and I know the mayor and the commission has really asked us several times, what are those target industries that we need to be focused on? So healthcare, which is our medical supplies, life sciences, which is our medical equipment, scientific research and development, marine, and I know Commissioner Turkin has been big on marine, but Commissioner Turkin, that has played out as one of our target industries, navigational, boat dealers, water transportation support, distribution and logistics, which Mayor, you and I just had a recent conversation about that, manufacturing, as well as financial services and hedge funds, which are those support businesses that are here. You hear about those hedge funds moving to West Palm, but we also have some here in the city of Boynton Beach. And we're going to continue to support and focus on attracting and growing those high wage businesses and focus on as well as the education. And so I just want to close with this. We as economic development, and now John as economic development, we continue to focus on talent, which is creating a pipeline to our businesses. So we focus and have conversations with the school district as a partner, the university as well, private and nonprofit. Connect to Greatness was a great partner in helping us build a entrepreneurship ecosystem at the junior high school level to get young people interested in business, and supplying working with the chamber to create that supply chain all the way through to fill existing jobs. And we recently had a internship job fair where we worked with CareerSource to find young people paying jobs, not just free internship. We just don't want you to work for free. We really would like to connect you as a young person into paying jobs. We mentioned our business focus will be and has been focused on those targeted industries and growing those. We look at housing affordability as a major issue and challenge for us, so we work closely with development. We also all have identified the lack of hotel space in the city, so that's probably been one of our priorities as well. And then enhancing neighborhood connectivity through redevelopment. And one of the challenges that we have is, then we've had a conversation with Kelly Smallridge, is when we're recruiting businesses, she said, which corridor would you like me to bring them in on? So it's really important us to beautify some of our gateways into the city. And you heard earlier from Public Works about Boynton Beach Boulevard being a beautifying that gateway into the city. And we really focused on others. One of our businesses would like to adopt, and I think Commissioner Turkin, you mentioned that the other day, they would like to adopt Federal Highway and work with the city and say, how do we get more businesses engaged on coming out and taking care of the sidewalk and keeping the sidewalk and the street clean in front of their businesses? So they really are interested in a private-public partnership. So I was glad to hear Public Works working on that strategy. I think that's very exciting from our perspective. We mentioned entrepreneurship and creating that. We find a lot of our young people have startups, but we have a lot of people who I call the cultural economy. You do work out of your home. You sell sauces or you bake cakes. You just haven't created that opportunity into a growing business or a startup yet. I may do catering for the cookout. How do I grow those home-based businesses? And development has been working with us on how to grow those as well. So we have lots of opportunities with us in the city, and we will continue to do our part to serve our existing businesses and our future businesses, whether they be small or headquarters looking to move here, as well as our residents and connecting them to jobs and job opportunities. So with that, I'll stop there and entertain any questions.
Thank you, both of you. Vice Mayor Cruz, did you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you both for your presentation. I can imagine it being difficult for y'all to handle an entire department, just the two of you. Something I was thinking about, and I know that you're going to be leaving us in a bit. So assuming that wasn't the case, would it be beneficial for you guys to have like another support staff to help John, to support John? Because I know you do a lot of the groundwork as well. And so that's kind of where my brain was going. If you're busy creating the PowerPoints, doing this, doing that, and when are you going to have time to do the bigger level stuff, which is what's really going to come and benefit the city? We have no problem with maybe adding another staff member, even if it's like a support system to John per se. And that's kind of where my brain was going. Are we all thinking the same?
I can tell you, Vice Mayor, that I definitely am thinking the same.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I want to piggyback on that because you two have done an excellent job. There's no question about that. But the elephant in the room is you are a two-person team.
Mhm.
And I don't understand how economic development can be a priority for this commission and yet only have a two-person team.
Mhm.
And one of the things that you've heard me talk about in the past is that we have a lot of people who want to open a business in the city, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and they keep getting the runaround. That's not on you, but there's no clear path. There is no liaison or dedicated personnel for that. My broader question for both of you is, if you could expand the team, what more could you do?
Well,
And
I'm sorry.
before you would answer that question, I just want to add too.
Sure, because Commissioner, yeah.
It's known that David, you plan on leaving us on the 19th, I believe it is. And we really should be looking for at least two. I guess this is more of a city management type question, but I go along with my colleagues, what they're saying, you need at least one more, but with you leaving, that means we need at least two more. So go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner and Mayor, Vice Mayor. I would say that absolutely we could use some additional support just to do, Mayor, what you said is what we recognize, and it showed up as one of our challenges is how do we communicate better with our businesses as we continue to have conversations through the ED plan and focus groups. Our input, no matter what we have done, whether it's emailing, newsletters, we still have a community out there that says, we don't know what's going on in the city. We have no clue. We don't know what business grants are available. So one of the strategies that's coming from is being supported through the ED plan is how do we create these business level groups? For example, Renaissance Commons the business team at Renaissance came to one of our business over coffee meetings. They would like to come together as a business community or business group, almost like a chamber, almost like you have for downtown. And then use that in a formal structure so that they can serve as a liaison. So one of our strategies, and we looked at best practice, and DC has something similar, and so do some other cities. So one of our strategies is to create a formal structure where you will have almost like a neighborhood services group or business services groups supported by the businesses, and we create some kind of liaison relationship directly. So if we had a liaison, that would work. Where we really need support as well, and it doesn't have to be additional body, but from marketing, it may be over there. We need a prospectus. How do we say who we are if we're branding ourselves? And how do we send information to Tallahassee or New York to say we are Boynton Beach and we're here, and open up a business, and this is all the beautiful things that are happening here in the city? Kelly needs a prospectus. She has said that to me so many times, probably from day one. I need a prospectus. We need a marketing team that can put together the pretty graphics, the pretty pictures, and take the information that we know we have, that the commission has stated that we have all know exists, put it together and create that marketing piece that is set up as a perspective to attract and recruit future, as you all have said. How do we attract headquarters here? I need a professional perspective to walk in the door and say, here's who we are. So that doesn't necessarily equate to additional body. I would leave that up to marketing and to help us with that. but that is definitely a need for us.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Okay. As you're mentioning that, I know how busy the marketing department is. I mean, I've been working with them and they're so slammed. And, I wouldn't want to add more things to them if we don't have to. And that's why I was thinking, if you have another person in your team, it can be your designated, it could be a liaison or something. But it could be somebody that could help you with different purposes. Now, I did have one more thing to add. And I see in your presentation, you talked about a one-stop shop. Where would that one-stop shop be and who would man that one-stop shop? Because
That's a great question. So the idea was to have it virtually, but we know that a lot of our businesses may need that in-person assistance. So that's something that we're going to try to formalize and work out what exactly that looks like and what that staffing looks like. But it's a holistic look at all of our departments because it's not just us who provide services to our business community, it's development, it's our library. So it's coming up with a more formalized program that's really robust. It encompasses all the services that the city has to offer, as well as our external resources that we can connect them to, like Career Source and the SBDC.
Yeah. As you're mentioning that, I saw like whether on Facebook or an email or something, the Boynton City Library partners with Florida Women's Business Center on business plan writing series workshop. I know it's something the library is doing, but it really made me think about your department. And I know it's for a women's workshop, but we could have a workshop for all people, right? And if we focus on residents of Boynton Beach and how we can support them, and as you mentioned, home-based businesses, right? What can we do to support those home-based businesses? A lot of times, the limitations that small businesses or people who want to create them or who have small home-based businesses is lack of knowledge of how to create a business plan, lack of knowledge of like what's needed, how do I actually create the LLC or whatever it is they have to create to do business as. So if we were, thinking of it, zooming out in the perspective to all the mixed use developments that we're creating in the city that are going to be built, it is going to have spaces for the acai bowl places, for the coffee shops, for the restaurants. Like, what can we do to support local Boynton Beach residents who do have those ideas, who do have those businesses, or are in the process of creating those businesses to actually be the ones to have that opportunity to be here and to be part of those mixed use developments? That's kind of where my mind goes. And that's why I really want you guys to have more staffing. I know it sounds strange that I'm telling you this, but it's so important. And as we're thinking about this, providing this can, for example, if we were to provide, if you had the one-stop shop, and I'm just speculating, just throwing things out there, if we could maybe share a tiny space of the tech runway, maybe like a table, in a corner or something, where that could be the one-stop shop, and we could have the liaison position sitting there and being available for anybody who wants to open a business to be there. You could also make appointments, like, having something like that. It's just such a great customer service to the city, and it provides a place where people can walk in during library business hours, and also provides an opportunity to have that one-stop shop. And the third thing I wanted to add is providing those the business plan courses or workshops. So if we had that, we could also use the classrooms that are, here at City Hall or at the library, and provide those courses maybe once a month, maybe once a quarter or something that's not too invasive on all of you, but it's going to provide an opportunity for local people who live in Boynton Beach that have businesses to expand them, or who have ideas of creating businesses who don't know how to do it, to give them that push, right?
Absolutely. Before you jump in, John, I just want to thank the library. And you mentioned the library. They've been a great partner. That makerspace that they've created at the library was part of our innovation with Craig to create that for those small businesses that need that material or that equipment and just can't afford it. So that's what that makerspace is, part of that ecosystem that you just mentioned, Vice Mayor. And we thank you for those comments. And that's directly what our goal is. to create that pipeline for small businesses to grow into the brick and mortar within the city, within the CRA. So the CRA, I did not mention, is also a partner as well in a lot of our initiatives. So we don't want to leave them out of this.
And
conversation.
that's great, but they have their own
Correct.
agenda, they have their own
Correct.
things to do. So I think, exactly. So I think that having someone else, I know it's weird that I'm adding staff to you, but that's just kind of where I was thinking. I don't know where my colleagues stand on this.
Vice Mayor, it's certainly not weird for you to think that. I think you are on the right path, and I fully support that.
Thank
Do you have anything else?
No, that's it. So if we can maybe add maybe a liaison position for economic development. I know you're leaving us, but we can still have those two positions and then add a liaison that could be sitting in the one-stop shop that can have people walking in, and that person can also be the one to coordinate those monthly, workshops to teach people how to do the business plan and really work with you together to figure out what the next steps would be. I think that would be phenomenal.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Kelly?
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen. I feel just like my colleagues in that this is a department that is so beneficial to our city, but I feel like it gets overlooked. And I want to, just like my colleagues, improve that and see what we as a city can do to continue bridging that gap between the small businesses and the city. You are only soon to be one person, and you're doing the job of many. So I commend you for that because you put everything into the city, and we appreciate that. I did have one quick question about the small business grant program. You developed it. This is a great program. Twofold question. How has it been used, if at all? And what are your, boundaries for getting it out there? Like, what are your hiccups? What are your issues? What can the city do to help you get that word out there? Are you coming into any issues with getting the word out there, the process? So those are my questions about the small business grant program, because I think it is super important. The CRA, like my colleagues had said, they have their own push and their own area, and I feel like you're the team that can help us with the small businesses not in that area, and I think that's very important to the other parts of our city. So if you could jump on that.
Yeah, so those are all great questions. Thank you. So one of the biggest challenges we have is just communicating that we do have these programs. I can tell you we have 4 out of the 5 slots for the commercial property improvement forgivable loan program are completed. So we have issued the majority of the funding. So we only have 1 slot left for $15,000 left for that.
Awesome.
And the marketing one has been more of a challenge. We had 10 slots available for a max of $25,000 for the entire program, and with the individual $2,500 grants. We've only filled 4 of those so far. With the commercial property improvement program, those are for businesses outside of the CRA, because the CRA has a very similar program, so we don't want to duplicate those services. But the marketing grant is for the entire city, so in the CRA, outside the CRA. I think our biggest challenge is just that communication. And one of the things we're going to start doing that we did prior to the pandemic was just going knocking on doors. Everybody feels that social media is a new way of communication, and we do want to be technology focused, but I think nothing does beat that face-to-face interaction, and knocking on doors, and just introducing yourself and just having something to provide that business owner that here's all the programs we have, here's all the resources we have, make it really easy for them. Have that liaison. Oh, if I have a problem, let me call John. I know who to call. He can at least give me in the right direction if he can't answer it himself. So that's one of our biggest challenges for the grant program overall, has just been that communication.
I agree. I feel like social media is a great asset for us, But just like you said, it's the in-person, your social media platform can only answer so many questions, and one line on a social media platform may not answer all their questions, or they may say, oh, this doesn't apply to me, because they didn't look further into it. So thank you for willing, to look out of the box of social media, because although we do depend on it to get the word out, it's not always the only way that we should be looking at and interacting with small businesses. Most small businesses, they work early in the morning and until late in the night, and they're not on social media all day long. They're trying to run their business and they're trying to make it work. So I appreciate that willingness to go and interact with the small businesses.
Let me just add, and it kind of touches on what the Vice Mayor said earlier. During the pandemic, when the PPP became available, many of our small businesses, because they are running their business every day, didn't have their documentation prepared or in order or even available. So it was a challenge to even get the PPP out the door to some of our small businesses. And that's why you see that many of the larger, more organized businesses were able to take advantage of that. So we make every attempt to remove any of those barriers that exist. So some of those programs and training that we've made available is how to organize your business. How do you provide the paperwork? How do you write a business plan? Because some don't even have a business plan. So we do provide that support also, not only looking at what our grants require, we're also helping our businesses prepare for application to other opportunities that may exist out there or may become available in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turgan?
No, I just want to agree with my colleagues. I think this is an underlooked department. Dave, we've had many conversations, even prior to me being elected, and you have a great vision for the city. I am sad to see you go. John, we haven't had many conversations because every time I see you, you're working hard. And so I appreciate that, and I think this department will be in good hands. I want to touch back to the grants. Just so I understand, the small business grants can be used for marketing?
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah,
That was like the general consensus from the survey you gave out?
correct.
And so and I know David knows how I feel about marine tourism. We have the inlet right here, which separates us from Delray and Boca Raton. Well, what do you guys think about maybe reaching out to the fishing community, charter captains, commercial fishermen? Because for them, that online marketing does go a long way to promote their small businesses. And most of them are Boynton residents. And, their model is a lot different than most businesses, obviously. Their number one cost is usually fuel and bait. And then now a line item is marketing. So I think that's something that you could look into. You could probably fill up those gaps. And I can tell you that door knocking and face-to-face connection is the number one thing to build a relationship. Social media is great, but I can tell you firsthand, door-to-door knocking, you can't beat that. So I do admire that effort. And I think, too, for someone to come to me and propose all this just gets me so excited to do business in the city that if I have colleagues or partners or friends or family, it's going to spread word of mouth, right? Which is usually your best way of marketing is positive word of mouth. So I just commend you for that. And, I want to make sure you're provided with what you need to be successful. I think we do have a good vision, of adding higher paying jobs here, and also focusing on marine tourism and the marine industry. So I hope that you'll continue that vision with David's absence.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
One last thing.
Vice Mayor?
I wanted to add one last thing before we finish. And I want us to think about the purpose of why we give away these grants, right? Sometimes when I see a business that may not be doing so well now, and if we give them a grant, the issue isn't being fixed. I'm very much about thinking of the root cause of problems and how to tackle that to solve it, because I think that makes common sense. So thinking of the purpose of our grants, it's to support businesses who may be struggling at a time, for example, during the pandemic or just in general, new businesses. But how do we make that sustainable to make sure that we're not just, for lack of a better term, just throwing more money down the drain, right? Because these are public dollars that we're giving away. These are grants that we're giving away. So I think that if we were to have that one-stop shop, and if we were to provide these businesses that may not be doing so well, who need that support, the knowledge, skills, and abilities to understand the paperwork they need to have, to understand the staffing they need to have, all the business requirements to be a successful business, we're really giving them that push and that solid base and solid foundation for being a solid business, instead of just giving money away, like, here you go, but the business hasn't really, in its core, hasn't really fixed the issue of why it's not doing so well.
Yeah,
So
that's a great point. And especially, like you said, they were using public dollars for these grants. We're always looking at that. I think one of the ways you can do that is to rewrite some of these programs to make it a requirement. For example, to obtain the grant, you would have to go through one of FAU's programs, or go through one of the courses on how to
The
write a
one-stop
business
shop.
plan. Yes, they can go through that one-stop shop as a requirement to obtain that grant. So there's ways you can do that to kind of not only provide the direct funding, but those wraparound services as well.
Thank you. So how do we add that position? Do you guys have to amend your budget to add a line item, to add another position within your department? Is that what has to be done?
Vice
And how do
Mayor,
we do that?
I'd like to ask consensus from our colleagues. It sounds like we do, but I just want to be absolutely clear. Are we on the same page on adding at least one more position?
Yes,
To
well,
fill the vacancy?
No.
Or are we talking about adding two
We
more?
go from a two-person team
Like a
to a
liaison that
three-person
helps with.
I would say they shouldn't be executive level positions.
team. Right.
There should be
Okay.
one executive level
So
and
liaison,
two support staff.
Our support staff are done, yeah.
Exactly. All right.
You-
Yeah, I support a staff of 3.
Excellent. All right. Mara, were you about to say something?
I was just going to say, so we can bring that back when you adopt the budget in September, and we'll go through this presentation and we'll give you what that cost is.
Excellent. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Well,
Yes. Oh, I know. Commissioner Hay.
I just want to thank you again for the tremendous work you guys are doing. It goes without saying. But I want to make sure you were talking about that new loan program. It's a total of 25,000,
The total is for 15,000.
50,000,
15.
15,000.
Yes, sir.
With 2,500 being the max that any particular business can get.
So those are actually two separate programs. So the marketing grant is a total of $2,500. In the commercial property improvement forgivable loan is 15,000. So they're two separate programs.
Okay. Let me go back to one other statement. I think it was David, you mentioned about Kelly Smallridge talking about Boynton Beach Boulevard beautification, and also US 1 beautification. Those are two pet peeves for me in terms of coming up with a plan of beautifying those major corridors in our city, like even Woodbright and MLK Boulevard and Gateway. These are major arteries, and I'm glad to hear that. But I want to know what's the plan? Have you done anything? How do we plan to connect with and get US 1 started and get what was the other one? Boynton Beach Boulevard. I would think that would be a major. The number one priority would be Boynton Beach Boulevard.
I believe Boynton Beach is already a project with the partnership with the CRA. Is that correct, Andrew? So that's already underway. So we're definitely familiar with that one, and that is underway. And you heard Gary Dunbar mention the extension to the roundabout for Boynton Beach Boulevard. I mentioned Federal Highway because one of our businesses brought that up as a way to get out of the business, out of your door and help clean that up. and create a beautiful public-private partnership with the city. And I was glad to hear Mr. Guzman, Public Works Director, mention that as a strategy or an initiative yesterday. So I think bringing the Public Works Director into this conversation, along with those businesses along Federal Highway, would help create a public-private partnership that maybe takes on a block at a time to say, let's get out, let's clean it up, let's beautify it, and just continue on to get the businesses really engaged in cleaning up Federal Highway. So it doesn't have to be a city-only approach, because our businesses are really excited about being a partner, and we definitely want them to be a full stakeholder in the initiative. But they're excited when I always like to I'll call on them. So they like to take the lead on some of these initiatives. So this is one where we can come in as a partner if they would like to take the lead. And we also want to mention our partnership with the chamber. They've been at the table at every initiative, every conversation as well. So we have a great relationship with the team. It's just bringing that partnership together.
Have you given any thought to what would be a reasonable timetable in terms of trying to accomplish all of this?
Well,
because it's really needed. I've talked with some businesses, and one of the points that they bring up again is what Kelly brought up. What quarter do you bring them into your city? You could lose an entire business or even development by making the wrong move there. But I would love to have it such that it wouldn't matter, which entry you come into our great city, because they all are beautified. But we know we're not there yet. So it's something that we really need to discuss and move up on the priority list.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll pull a response back on the timing on Boynton Beach Boulevard. As I mentioned, I know that's underway. And then I'll meet with Mario and the interim city manager to talk about what a project would look like going forward along Federal as a partnership with the businesses.
Thank you, David.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Final comments from my colleagues? Go ahead.
I just wanted to put it, I like the idea of the Adopt a Highway, which is kind of what we're looking at for Federal Highway and various other arteries that come in and out of the city. I think that that's a way, like you said, to incorporate businesses that are here and they want to bring in new business as well. So I think we're all on the same page that is, it has to be important that people coming into the city, it shouldn't matter what road we come in on or how we get there. We should all be proud of the city that we work and live in. And so I agree that this needs to be on our priority list. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Turkin, any final comments, or you're good? All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you.
And I hope that the addition of a new support personnel will just amplify all the great work that you've been doing. I do want to circle back with you, but we'll take it offline regarding the Renaissance Commons group. I'm very interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no objection from my colleagues, I'd like to ask for a short 10-minute recess so we can take a little bathroom break.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. See you guys in 10 minutes. And City Manager, who will be the next department?
I'm going to ask the library to step up. I would suggest that we go with 12:30 lunch again. I think that time's out perfect for delivery and all that. So
Perfect. Yes. 10-minute break.
Because she's always looking toward you. And it's your way of kind of like finding her. She's back. You're always looking at me. It's driving me crazy, baby.
Yeah.
I'm not mentioning it.
Revise it? Oh, Scott didn't even know that. Oh, you did that already. The fire system. No, I see it in there, but it's good only for these. I know. I was looking for the card. Oh, it's getting done. Oh.
IT, if you could resume the broadcast. We have returned from our
Broadcast has resumed.
Thank you, Charles. So we've resumed from our break, and we're going to begin now with the library department. But before we do, City Manager, did you have any announcements to make?
Yeah, a couple. The museum board did not prepare a presentation, so they'll be in a position to go ahead and answer any questions at the front end. And then libraries will go ahead and do their presentation for you. Also, communications and marketing will be online after lunch to do their conversation with you all due to illness.
All right, sounds good. So with that, just begin when you're ready.
Okay, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I'm Craig Clark. I'm the Library Director. This is Tiffany Pagan. She is the Assistant to the Library Director and handles all of our accounting and purchasing and contracts. This is Suzanne Ross. She is the Executive Director of the Schoolhouse Children's Museum. So I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne.
Good morning. As the city manager said, I do not have a formal presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions for you. Just as a very brief overview, clearly the museum was affected by the pandemic. However, we are rebuilding and we're on track for about 28,000 visitors this fiscal year. That's our previous to that, our best year was 35,000. So we're tracking pretty well. We are operating at a reduced capacity for COVID purposes. We're operating at about 75% capacity. We do have 425 member families. And interestingly, in the month of June, we had visitors from 9 different states, aside from Florida, as well as from London. So we are attracting people to the downtown area as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions for you.
Thank you. So we'll begin with the Children's Schoolhouse Museum before we proceed with the library. Suzanne, I just wanted to ask you to be here so you can introduce the organization to the commission.
Okay.
And also share about the history and what's the connection with the city, because we are funding you or partly funding you.
Yes.
So just give us kind of the history and the background so everybody's on the same page.
Okay. So the museum was founded in 1996 by a group of citizens of the community that actually went to school there. The building at the time was closed and they wanted to repurpose the building in a useful manner to the city. They chose to create the Schoolhouse Children's Museum. It did open in 2001, November 28th, 2001. We have just achieved our 20th anniversary. Originally, there were 2 staff members that were part of the city and the library's budget that were assigned to the museum. For ethical reasons, they were not able to raise funds. So those 2 individuals were removed from the city budget, and the funds associated with those 2 staff positions was put into the museum's funding so that we are able to go out and raise funds. We do a lot of different things at the museum. Not only do we have people visit the museum, we have a lot of outreach programs going into the community and local, whether it be bridges or local schools and elementary schools, as well as preschools. Our demographic is children 18 months to about 7 years old. I call that our sweet spot. We are open 5 days a week, sometimes 6 and sometimes 7. We're open Tuesday through Saturday. We also are available for private rentals or birthday parties on Sundays. And we also open for field trips on Mondays. It's a well-supported museum. The community really enjoys it. We do attract people, as I said, from all over. The majority of our visitors come from Boynton Beach, Lake Worth, Delray Beach, and Boca Raton. Can I answer any other specific? Did I give you enough of a background?
Yes, you did. I appreciate that. And I hope all the new members of the commission, if you haven't been there, please take some time to go visit it. It's highly recommended. I want to also talk about, because this is a budget hearing, the finances, the support that we're giving you. And I'm not sure if you have that information today, but if not, that's okay. We can always circle back. But historically, have we increased our support for the organization? Is it decreasing? And of course, it's going to be part of a balancing act with how you're doing, right? So how is the organization doing financially? I know you've taken a hit, as many organizations have because of COVID, but what are the numbers, right?
So in terms of the funding from the city, Back in 2014, there was an increase in funding because at the time the museum was actually in some serious trouble, shall we say, financial trouble. So the city did agree to increase our funding with the understanding that as our income streams diversified and increased, we would decrease that funding. We are down to $175,000 request this year from the original amount in 2014 of $275,000. So we have systematically been reducing the amount of support that we have requested. Now, we will always need the city's help. The museum is not an entity that will survive on its own. It is an expensive proposition to run in a 109-year-old building, which has its own set of circumstances. Now, in 2019, the museum, or Boynton Cultural Center, Inc., which is our corporate name, expanded our mission statement in order to accommodate the capital campaign for Town Square. The capital campaign for Town Square was created to put, if you will, the fund things or put icing on the cake, fund items in areas that may not have already been prepared for in the original Town Square project. Charlotte Pelton and Associates was hired as a consultant to handle the capital campaign in conjunction with the museum and spearhead, quite frankly, the capital campaign. So there was additional funding put into Boynton Cultural Center, Inc., for the capital campaign, because obviously the city cannot go out and raise funds. So it shows that it appears, if you will, on the budget that our budget has actually gone up. Our request has gone up. But for the purposes of the museum alone, it has not. Does that make sense?
Honestly, no, I didn't fully understand that. I think I'm a visual person, so I would need to see some graphs, and so I'd like to ask if you could please work with Mara, and Mara just bring us something on, something visual that would help me better understand the situation. So, but I think you're doing a great job, and I love the services that you're providing, and I know the community loves you. My only concern is I don't know if this agreement was in perpetuity, that we were going to fund you in perpetuity, or if it was for a certain time frame or whatever. I don't know the historical context, which is partly why I'm asking. But I want to make sure that we do help you, but we don't do it forever, because I want you to be on your own 2 feet and doing fabulous and all of that. Right. So I just want to throw that out there so I can get some historical context. Amara, if you could bring us some information.
You'll see some of that in the library's presentation.
Oh, excellent.
It's actually up on the screen, Mayor.
Oh, let's see.
As you can see, the overall museum budget is increased by 10%, and we'll explain that.
Okay.
The staff services line item that Suzanne was talking about, the step-down approach, and the 2 full-time library positions the money was taken from those positions several years back and put in a staff services line item. So that's where that is. That line item is decreasing $25,000 in this year's budget request, or 24%. Then what we did was we pulled the capital campaign dollars down into a contractual services line item to make sure the expense was appropriately projected in the budget. There's also a small increase. Well, it's not a small increase. $26,625 is a chunk of money, and that's for developing an arts and cultural strategic initiative for the city's strategic plan, and it's still up in the air, I think, of how that's going to be handled. So that it's in there. And then we have some electricity expenses. There have been some problems with the building. The air conditioning system is running fine. We did have some major leaks in the bell tower. And so some of that electricity was, the air was escaping, and they're getting ready to replace a lot of the insulation up there. We're also looking into seeing, I suspect that some of those new decorative lampposts that are lit up at night, I think those are tied into the museum's electricity budget. I suspect that's why it's increasing. But facilities is looking into that and to why there's such an increase in the electricity expense. But at the end of the day, it still has to be paid.
if I recall correctly, I think it was also a line item in the budget to some amount of dollars to adding
The parks.
with the chilled water pipes and whatnot.
Yeah, that's coming. They're looking into connecting the museum with the chilled water plant. So that's
in capital.
That's in capital, all right. I thought I'd seen it. And to be clear, the museum is not officially city building, right? Or is the building actually
the building is owned by the city. It's city property, so the city does pay these expenses, certain expenses, the insurance, the electricity, the water and sewage, and then the contractual services and the staff services line item as well. It's in the library's budget under the museum department.
Okay. But the operation is a nonprofit?
It's a 501c3, and we have a management agreement. The city has a management agreement with the Boynton Cultural Center, doing business as the Schoolhouse Children's Museum. I serve on that board as the library director. It's part of the management agreement, as well as the city manager or his designee, which is Eleanor Crucell. So we sit on that board to make sure the dollars are spent make sure they're spent the way they should be.
And can somebody provide me some historical context? If it's a city building and it's, something we fund at least partially, why is it operated by another, outside group? Why is it just not part of a city and, your department?
I wish I could answer that. That happened before I came in 2004. But that was the situation. That's how it was arranged. I think Carrie Parker Hill was the previous city manager that had a lot to do with getting funding from the county. She got $1 million grant to fund the renovations of the museum. So that's how the city owns that and continues to own it. I'm not sure why the museum. I believe it's because of the fundraising aspect. I think.
Is that what that is?
I think the ethics, the Palm Beach County ethics would have a problem if a city employee was to go out and raise money. I think that's a problem. So
okay,
that's why those two positions were removed from the city budget and the money transferred to the museum.
All right, I just want to make sure I understood that because on the surface it doesn't make sense to me. Where if it's our building and we're funding it might as well just be city employees and why go through all the extra hoopla of nonprofit and all the extra steps, right? So if there's a benefit, please let us know. But what I'm hearing is it's for fundraising purposes.
I believe so. Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. All right. Vice Mayor Cruz, I saw your hand was up.
Thank you. Two quick question. How does the museum make money? I understand you have memberships.
We have several different income streams. The primary income streams are memberships, admissions, birthday parties, fundraising, and grants. And then we also have program fees as well. And then there are some small gift shop, some other small.
Okay.
items.
So people can rent a space to do birthday parties
Absolutely.
and they can get their own catering.
Yes,
And,
ma'am, they can. We do birthday parties on Saturdays twice. We can do them twice. The museum is open, however. If they want the entire facility, that would be done on a Sunday.
Perfect. Thank you. I didn't know that. So that's good to know. And I'm sure maybe we could market it more to
We're booked.
city
We have every
residents.
single weekend booked.
That's fantastic. Wow.
We're booked for the whole summer.
That's
We're out
awesome.
every weekend.
And then thank you for the answer. And then the second question would be, if my understanding is that there's a 501c3 who owns the museum, or
It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization. That is what runs the museum. It's not owned by any particular entity.
So who owns or who's in charge of that 501c3?
The nonprofit board. We have a board, the board of directors of.
But there's
10
no
people.
who would be the board chair? Would it be?
The board chair is elected by the fellow board members, not dissimilar to the commission, on an annual or biannual basis.
And Eleanor and I sit on that board.
She's on that
Yes.
board too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who else is on that board?
Eleanor Crucell and myself.
I meant who else in addition to that?
Oh, in addition?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Now you're going to, Barbara Gilbert from Valley Bank, Jill Verbin from Business Advisors,
Jim Gilbo.
Jim Gilbo from Catering Solutions, I think is what his company's name is now. Joy Woodworth, community citizen. Brandy Shaw, or Brownlee, I'm not sure which way she goes, community member and museum, a museum member as well as an educator. Who am I missing?
Tom.
Tom Wilby from the insurance industry. You caught me off guard.
No worries. No, I was just curious.
Whoever I forgot will be.
Is that a 7-member board?
We have actually right now we have 10, so I'm forgetting some people, and
You have a 10-member board.
we have a 10-member
A
board.
couple members that just met with us once, so I can't. I'm not.
Oh, yeah, true. And our bylaws call for a minimum of 7. Currently, we have 10.
I see 9 on the website.
We added a 10th that has not been put on the website yet.
All right, let's circle back to that. I was just curious, but thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Kelly?
No, I don't have a question. I think that I understand. I have, my family and I have come to the museum many times and we've used it and enjoyed it. So I love having it there. I love having it in the city. I think it is a benefit, and I think that it is important. I know that the Schoolhouse Museum is very active on social media and getting the word out, but I run into residents who don't know what's in that building. So I feel like we need to, and maybe as your board can think of ways outside of the box. I don't know if at city events or how you can, I know it is a very busy museum most of the time. Before COVID, it was very busy and active. But that's just some feedback that I have, that I do run into the occasional resident who doesn't know it's there, which I'm always very surprised when I find somebody, because it's so fresh, it's so real to me and so present. So that's just some feedback that I have, is to just make sure that, the word is getting out in other ways other than social media.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Hay.
Not a question, but just a comment. Along those lines that my co-op is talking about there, maybe we could come up with some signage we could place throughout the city as we come off I-95 or on Boynton Beach Boulevard or someplace. I think that would be an inexpensive way of promoting Schoolhouse Museum, because I know I have a grandson from Georgia, and every time he comes down here to visit, the number one place he wants to go is the Schoolhouse Museum. And I almost have to rip him out of there because he just loves it. He plays with that little wooden train. I can never get him off that wooden train. But I think some signage would be in order that we need to look into to promote it. That would be one way. There are others, but I think that could be something that we could do immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues specifically on the Schoolhouse Museum? Otherwise, we'll proceed with the rest of the library. All right, so let's go ahead, Mr. Clark.
Okay, thank you. The library's budget request is for a 1.91% increase. The salaries and benefits line item increased by 40,576, or 1.85%. 15,000 of that is health insurance increase, and salary increases about 20,500 from last year. New personnel. We currently have a full-time public technology trainer that is a grant funded position that's going to end September 30th. So what I would suggest, what I'd like to do is take a part-time vacant library aide position and a part-time library page position and create a 0.70 public technology trainer. It would be about 28 hours a week with no benefits to continue that important service that we have been we brought her on in February, and it's just exploded. She's been teaching different types of business courses, one-on-ones with people. That she had 4 different people come up to her and say, I got my job because of you already in 4 or 5 months. She's just doing amazing things, and we would like to continue that position, at least in a part-time. So I would like to give up 2.5s and create a 0.7. And then our operating expenses increased by $7,919 or 2.86%. And that's it. We do have some successes. Of course, we were awarded the 2022 Library of the Year by the Florida Library Association. Incredibly proud of my staff. We introduced public technology and entrepreneurial training this past year. We have partnered with economic development, as John mentioned earlier. That one particular 8-week course, there is one man in it. So I know why somebody might assume it was for women only, but it's just hosted by that women's group, but there is a man in there. So I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Honestly, I was thinking of it more for, it might be a deterrent for someone that might not.
Sure, right. And we're going to continue those type partnerships as well because they're so important, and we're maxed out on the people who are participating in that, so that's great. Challenges, the full-time public technology trainer position, it's ARPA fund granted. It's important to note that it's not part of the city's ARPA funds. They're separate ARPA funds that came down through the Institute of Museum and Library Services, which is a federal department. That money came down to the State Library of Florida, and we applied for the grant and got $93,000 for this particular grant.
Good job.
Thank you. And that expires September 30th. Of course, there's cost increases, as everybody's been talking about, of our print books and our online library books and databases, which are used a lot. We're getting about 15,000 people a month in the library, using the library and our resources, and I expect that to grow, particularly this fall. More and more people are finding us here. We did lose some of our customer base when we moved to our temporary site. It just happened that way, and we're expecting that, but we're building back up our clientele, and we're over 15,000 a month now. Our initiatives to create a part-time library technology trainer position, and we'd like to do a professional evaluation of our library collections for equity, diversity, inclusion. We're going to work with a vendor to evaluate our collections to make sure that our standards are up. And I purchase most of the nonfiction books myself, so I know we're doing pretty well in that area. So, and that's it. Does anyone have any questions?
Commissioner Kelly?
I do have a question. On the part-time technology trainer position that you're to create, I guess my question is part-time enough? Because that's an area of, we're going from having a full-time, I know it's a grant position, but we're going from a full-time position that you said was very active and she's very busy. And is part-time going to be enough for that job to accomplish what the library and what the city wants to accomplish for the benefit of the residents?
Well, what we would have to do is cut some of our programming down, probably from 20 programs a month down to maybe 12. So an honest answer, a full-time would be great, but a part-time is better than not having one at all. So
I can understand that. But so, and on that end, you're taking 2 part-time positions. So we're, I don't want to say losing. I'm guessing they're not filled right now.
Correct.
So you're taking.
Yeah. What I'd like to do is take our current 9 part-timers. They have 2 different classifications. I want to merge them all into a library assistant classification so that we can have more floor coverage in our public service area. So we're willing to give up those 2 part-time positions to create the other public technology part-time position. So that'll keep our budget fairly flat.
Okay, so one of the reasons, I guess, that you're looking at doing it as a just under a full-time position is to save the library from basically the benefits end of it. Is that my understanding? I mean, what's the gap? I guess, what are we talking about? What's the gap in making a 28-hour employee to a full-time position?
So I'll jump into this conversation. Craig did come forward with a full-time request, and what I asked him to do is figure out how he could do it with what he had inside of the department to kind of make it balance neutral, because as we know, we don't know where we're at economically a lot of times. He did a really good job of that. What I would say is with our previous conversation with economic development, this position fits right in line with what you're talking about. And we're talking about somebody that's getting people jobs and helping business and doing those things. So I think there's some potential for staff to take this back and kind of massage this a little bit and maybe get all circumstances met in a better way. So I'll throw that out there as a conversation point. If you all are interested, we can go back as staff and kind of talk that through a little bit, because we threw a full-time position on the floor on the fly that's going to require some massaging and work. We already have somebody that's serving under a grant position right now. Maybe we can do something there where it's a shared position, if that makes sense. And we can talk through that a little bit, because the other thing I wanted to share when economic development was up is economic development isn't a department. It's everybody in the city. It's every employee. It's every department. We're all pulling that economic development rope. So coming together to do this, and David and John talked about that, all of the partnerships throughout the city are there. So I think there's an opportunity for us to build an efficiency here with what I heard from you all previously and then what I just heard there. So
Yeah, and so to my point is that I want, and I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, but the library is so successful right now in their adult technology, and I don't want to lose that momentum by cutting back on resources and things that are being used by the community, because that's what's driving the success of the library. And so if we can utilize that position, and economic development is important because they're bridging the gap between the residents and the business owners to the city, because the city can't be everywhere all the time. And so economic development is super important. And so maybe that is how we continue to bridge that gap, is by teaming up between economic development and the library for this technology position that truly is developing small business in the community. And it's, and I think that's the whole point of that, is to continue to not have a position have to drop down to part-time for funding. Let's figure out how we can, something that is being used and is so vital to our city, how we can make that work. So that's my thought process on that. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Kelly, I want to thank you for that, and I want to say that I fully support her sentiments. It is a vital position, and if staff could find a way, I'd be 100% supportive of making that a full-time position. I do want to hear from my colleagues, Vice Mayor Cruz.
Yeah, I do agree, and I thank you, Mr. Stables, for bringing that up. I think it's a good idea, and also you defending that position. I think it's important, and maybe it could be an opportunity for efficiency. So maybe looking into ways that, as you mentioned, maybe having it be split responsibilities. Yep.
Any final comments, Commissioner?
I agree with what's been said.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Turkin.
I 100% support Commissioner Kelly. I do think that the library is one of our underfunded line items in our budget. I've spoken to a lot of people, knocking on doors, and one of the general things I heard was get those people to the library some money. And so I think it's important. I know a lot of people utilize it. It's beautiful. It's great. So I would definitely support that.
All right, thank you. I believe you have consensus there. Anything else related to the library while they're on here? Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I do see that we're spending about $2 million in library personnel services. I just wanted to know how many positions are there? Like how many people work there?
This current year, we have 27.5 full-time equivalents.
27, okay. Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing else, thank you so much, all of you, for your presentation. I do want to follow up with either Suzanne or Mara or both on those projections. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The time is now 12:18, and so we can either hear one more or we can proceed to lunch. We're about that time anyways. Where do you all
What's your
stand?
preference?
Proceed to chow.
Proceed to chow.
I want to break it up.
All right, so as before, we will proceed to chow. Let's do a 1 hour lunch break if there's no objection. All right, thank you, everyone. We will resume at 1:20. 1:20.
Okay, cool.
Mayor, the broadcast has resumed.
All right, thank you, IT. And we have now returned from our lunch break. I see that City Manager, would you like to provide an announcement?
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, IT has spoken to me about needing to be able to break the room down to get to the CRA meeting later this afternoon, evening. So I wanted to put that on your radar. There's a CRA meeting later this evening, and they need some time to break down electronics here and move them back over to the commission chambers. So I wanted to put that on your radar. Secondly, we're ready to start with public art, and we'll move through as quickly as you all would like.
All right, so with that being said, I want to make sure that we aim for 4:30. That'll give us enough time for IT to break down, move everything.
What time does the CRA meeting?
6.
4 o'clock would be better.
4 o'clock?
4 o'clock would be better.
Sounds good with me. All right, so we're going to aim for 4, if not earlier.
Okay.
Mr. Weiss, I see you're here. Please begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission. I'm very glad to be here today. My name is Glenn Weiss. I'm the manager of the Public Art Program for the last year and a half. Just as an introduction, I just thought I would say maybe I need to do a presentation at some point about what your art collection is and what we do. We have over 90 works of public art in the city. We may be the largest in Palm Beach County in terms of the number of works in the city. And you are very unusual in that most of the artwork is by artists from Palm Beach County or Boynton Beach. So you have a collection which is really focused also on who we are within the world. Thank you for that. So I'll go on to the budget. Next slide. Do I push or something? Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. So this is our budget for the year. You're also seeing the new Sarah Sims mural by Tracy Godot, which I want to thank the Public Works Department and Commissioner Hay especially for making this possible. So as you can see, our annual budget is going up by 11%. Be aware that our budget is set completely by how many fees the private sector plays. We receive only a modest contribution of $20,000 from the general budget for basically related to my time for doing non-public art things. And everything else comes directly from the Public Art Fund.
That is beautiful.
These are the increases, the modest increases in our budget. What you'll see there, especially, I just call your attention to the revenue, as I'm sure Adam told you. Of course, private development has been extremely successful here in Boynton Beach in the last few years. So we're actually seeing an increase of $220,000 to the public art budget in this fiscal year. This backwards. These are successes of the program. As you can see, we did do the Sarah Sims mural. The mural ordinance was passed. We've approved 2 private projects, which will be completed this year. You'll see those in a second. We've done 7 exhibitions at the Cultural Center, and we did the Avenue of the Arts banners. Currently, the work where you may see finished this year is Riverwalk, the Neurobehavioral Hospital mural, and Oakwood Square seating facility, which will be completed. Those artists are all selected and their work is underway. We're also doing projects for the Eco Park with artists from Orlando, and we're now in the process of hiring an artist to work with our solid waste truck drivers to tell their story in some kind of public artwork. And we're leaving that completely open such that their stories and they can feel honored and respected by us in Boynton Beach. And we are trying to attract private business owners to our mural program. And we did do 1 call and we're not successful. So now we're going back out again to try to knock on more doors because we're willing to match money if the private owner would like to have a mural on their building. Next year, in terms of initiatives, we are expanding the Kinetic Biennial in terms of the kind of work that's involved. We will be involving technology like wind technology in relationship to how we generate energy from wind and movement. And those works are very similar to technology, to artwork itself. And we're trying to go after sponsorships aggressively to try to fulfill the budget. And this year we have written 4 grants, which I think is the first time that's ever happened. We haven't been successful. We either haven't heard or we're not successful yet, but we'll keep trying. And we would like to update the Art in Public Places guidelines, which are the rules by which we have not been updated since 2005. And then finally, a development location plan, which the ordinance permits the Arts Board to do. And that actually relates to a lot of other conversations that you've had here today. Our goal is to work with the districting ideas, the Brewery District, the Downtown District, the Heart of Boynton, each of the districts in order to help reinforce and to make those districts economically successful and community-based successful. Because the one advantage the arts has over, doing a road typically is there aren't as many rules, so that the engagement with the community can be much stronger and much more fun to provide that activity for what the community is. And we would love to do the works, the Welcome to Boynton Beach sculptures on Woolbright, Boynton Beach Boulevard, and Gateway. And the sites do exist for those to take place. Thank you. Next, yes, then the next is just the questions here. You're seeing the 2 of the artworks. One is going up on the Neurobehavioral Hospital by 2 artists from Colorado, and then the Riverwalk light. Those actually light up at night by Mark Fuller here from Palm Beach County. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Turkin?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Are those little fish?
They are, sir. Yes, they are.
Great. Because we are historically a fishing community, so I would like for a lot of our artwork to reflect that. And so one of the things I did write down was Riverwalk, to have a nautical theme there, and it looks like you're already ahead of the ball game. So I'm happy to see that. I am. I think it's nice, it's beautiful, and it reminds people where they're at and how we stick out from other municipalities. Having the inlet at all. So I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Glenn, do I see 3 of the same artwork along that sidewalk?
That's the way. Yes, they are. They are identical
and
artworks.
That along, I guess, the front of the building. It's not on the Woolbright. It's probably in front of the building, right?
These artworks are along the intercoastal. There's another artwork which you're not seeing, which is on the facade of the garage, which faces out toward Federal Highway and Woolbright.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. And you guys did an outstanding job at that amphitheater. that artwork.
Well,
Beautiful.
Thanks to Tracy.
Got a number of good compliments on it.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Kelly?
Just thank you for thinking outside the box on where we can put artwork. I think that as we are growing and building responsibly, a lot of people don't want to just look at the side of a building. And so I appreciate that we have the arts department to see how we can beautify even buildings to just make it more appealing to the residents and the visitors. So just thank you for, for always looking at different ways that we can incorporate art into our city. And just please just keep us posted on new art projects and things that are coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Might be a dumb question, but do you guys work in conjunction with the art board?
I'm sorry. I am the staff to the arts board.
Okay.
Cortland McGuire is here, one of the long-term members of the art board. And yes, and by the way, you have an excellent arts board right now. Not only is it culturally diverse, but they're all smart and they're all engaged. So thank you for
Awesome. So when we have new, for example, development proposals and so on, does that always go to the art board for the art portion of it?
Yes, the developer has to have approved both the location of the art, the qualifications of the artist, and then the artwork itself.
Perfect, thank you. And then you're the only staff member, is that correct?
No, Veronica Ingberg, she's back at the office working. So yes, there's two and a half of us. One and a half. She's only half time.
Got it, okay. And then you mentioned that there are 3 sites, one on Woolbright, Gateway Boulevard, and Boynton Beach Boulevard, where we could put like a welcome to Boynton Beach or something exciting in the entrance to our city.
I think one is like Little League Park, the edge along Little League Park on Woolbright. The one on Boynton Beach Boulevard would come with, if there's new development at that key location as it comes in off Boynton Beach Boulevard. But also you have great opportunities to take place when the town square apartment complexes go up for something at Seacrest and Boynton Beach Boulevard. Also as a kind of entrance to the downtown. And then at Gateway, the city does own a piece of property near Gateway that they won't need all of it for a road expansion at that point.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, it's something that we might want to look into maybe next year or something for finding a space in the budget to do like a nice grand entrance, like welcome to Boynton Beach.
Absolutely.
I agree. Whether that's on Boynton Beach Boulevard with a new streetscape or maybe enhancing Federal, because we do have Federal, just south of the Walmart there, coming into the Boynton city limits. And then I think there's also another sign heading southbound just across from the bait shop from Florida Tackle Co. There's a small little sign that says welcome to Boynton, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe enhancing that. But I agree with you, Vice Mayor. I think it's important.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll get to you next. Can I just quickly ask staff, is signage part of the Boynton Beach Boulevard improvement project? Is that already contemplated as some sort of marquee welcome?
Andrew Mack, as I understand now, there is no entry marquee sign, but there is public art elements that are going in as part of the project, but they're more along the sidewalk and the streetscape side of it.
Right. All right. So yes, we absolutely need to start planning for a marquee sign. I fully support that. Commissioner Hay, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I noticed, Glenn, on your initiative, I believe you had something about public art in public places, the guidelines.
Yes, sir.
What part are you guys working on that? Are you going to lay it out and then present it to?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. No, it's just a process. Some of the guidelines you don't have what happens when an artwork no longer is in good condition and you need to get rid of it. It's called deaccession guidelines. There are just certain little things that go into normal public art programs. They're not massive changes. That's all I'm talking about, is just to update update them, but they're your guidelines. You would approve them officially.
So you won't be dealing with, say, a religious group want to put an art in a public park, that type of stuff?
No, I wasn't intending on dealing with any voluntary activities that people wanted to do within the community like that. Yes, if that's what you mean, sir. I'm sorry, is that in my?
Well, that was talked about. It was an initiative that back about a year ago, maybe, there was a display that someone wanted to put in Sarah Sims Park, and it was going to take up quite a piece of land, like 40 feet by 75 feet. And my understanding that there was going to be some guidelines put together, one way or the other, if it was not already on the books. And that's what I thought you might have been referring to. But I don't know if anybody on staff recall that discussion.
Commissioner, are you referring to the monument? Was it the monument that you were talking about?
Yes, well, it's more than just a monument. The monument wouldn't take up 75 feet by 40.
So just in terms of the ordinance related to the powers of the Arts Board, basically their authority has to do with private developers who are complying with the ordinance.
I got you.
And then it has to do with what the city spends its money on for artworks.
No, I think what you're doing is separate from what I'm talking about.
Yes, exactly, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I have a couple of questions, Mr. Weiss. I'm a fan of what you do, and I think you're doing an excellent job. I do want to understand the finances of this fund a little bit better. So, for example, I see that it's $380K for this proposed revenue for this coming year. How many projects does that equal, right? What projects are we talking about? And is this coming from 2 projects? Is this coming from 3?
Oh, I mean, in terms of how many private development projects?
Right. That's how we collect the funds in the first place.
Correct. So large scale projects like the Publix Distribution Center and Broadhurst and Baptist Health, those are generally we receive the money or don't receive the money in 2 payments. The first payment is mandatory to the city, and that payment tends to be above $100,000 for each project. And then generally those projects, except for Publix, has decided to spend money on art on their property. So from those 3 projects, it would be $300,000 coming into the city. Okay. There are probably right now, I'd say in this year, 20 projects that have contributed. But they can be small projects, including I'm working on Raising Cane right now and McDonald's. And so they're small projects that generally don't want to do art on their property, and then they contribute the full 1% to the city budget.
All right, understood. Help me understand this $20,000 transfer coming from the general fund.
That's been here since I was here.
All right, perhaps maybe Mara could explain that.
Sure. The $20,000 transfer is when they implemented the public art fund, it was the general fund's way of subsidizing the public art program. So $20,000 from the general fund does support the public art fund.
All right. Are you projecting perhaps in the near future that we won't need to do that? Is there a future coming up where the art fund is entirely self-sustaining?
It's not considered an enterprise fund. It is a special revenue fund, which means it doesn't necessarily have to be self-sustaining in that capacity.
Understood, but is it possible?
There's a possibility, sure.
Do we know the projections? Have we looked into maybe in 2 years? I just don't want us, in general, I'm just using this as an example, but wherever possible, if funds can be independent from the general fund, I think that's always ideal. Right.
And, I would say the reserves of the public art fund does fluctuate based on the development and the businesses that are coming in and building and whatnot. I will tell you, last year they had a negative fund balance. They are projected this year to actually come back into a positive fund balance. So it really does depend on some of that development. So to say to you that, I mean, yes, next year it could sustain itself. The following year, does it? I could not tell you that.
To be determined. All right. There's another item here which I don't understand. So I see that the subtotal for revenues is about 400K, but for the grand total, it's 339. It appears that there's a reduction of 60K. It's on page 238. I'm just, I don't understand where, if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like you're putting 20K in only to take 60K out. What does that mean?
Well,
Right. It's going back to, so as I mentioned, last year we had a negative fund balance. So this is actually going back to bring fund balance to positive. So that's what the $60,000 is doing.
I'm sorry, where is it being deposited?
It's going back to support the fund itself. So we talk about emergency reserves and building up those reserves, whatever. This is actually going back into fund balance to actually positively fund the public art fund.
if you go to page 237, you'll see the fund balance increase and decrease. Where you can see that we went up in terms of increase we had in terms of last year's funding. So now each year we're trying to find a way to bring it back to zero fund balance so that we're in the black. I've been very concerned about this and trying to find a way to make sure that we were positive.
I appreciate that. I just want to make sure I understand what I'm reading. So it sounds like this is making up for the hole in the budget in past years. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And building a sustainable future for the fund itself.
I see. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Any other questions from my colleagues or comments? All right. Seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Weiss.
Thank you.
I appreciate the presentation. We're going to move on to the next department.
That will be golf. Tommy Ulayoki. Did I do okay there, sir?
Does this work? Yep. That wasn't too bad. Let me get adjusted here. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. My name is Tommy Ulayoki. I'm the golf course manager at the Links at Boynton Beach. I will give a little bit of history about the golf course, and then we'll get into the budget. Let's see here how this works. There we go. A little bit, before I dive into these numbers, a little history about the golf course. The golf course was built by the city in 1984. We're not located within city limits. We're off of Jog Road, just north of Gateway. We're on county land. We've got a 99-year lease with the county where we pay $1 a year. The clubhouse and all the buildings, all the equipment, obviously all the staff, everybody's either, we all work for the city or it's owned by the city itself. We've got 27 holes out there. So it's an 18-hole championship for regulation golf course and a 9-hole executive golf course, which we call the family golf course. We are an enterprise fund, so we are totally self-sufficient. We don't take anything from the general fund. We're not part of the 302 CIP fund, 303 fund either. Annually, we do about 75,000 rounds of golf. We see about 100,000 visitors out there a year. They come from all 50 states, from several countries in Europe. Obviously, a lot of Canadians, a lot of New Yorkers, that sort of thing. We are a busy golf course for sure. As far as the budget goes, we've got two divisions at the golf course. We've got the admin budget, or the admin division, which takes care of basically everything around the clubhouse. So that's golf operations itself. You're talking about the golf shop, merchandising, golf carts, anything really that the customer interacts with, it falls into the admin division. Then we've got the maintenance division. The maintenance division is that takes care of all 140 acres of golf course. So they're the guys that are coming in, guys and girls that are coming in early in the morning, sometimes as early as 4:30 in the morning. Oftentimes the public doesn't see them. They're in, they're out. They kind of work behind the scenes. They mow the grass, that sort of thing. As far as the budget goes, the admin division is seeing an increase, which I'll get to in a little bit, of 39.9%. I know that's a little scary of a number, but there's an explanation for that. And the maintenance division is seeing an increase of 7.1%. So the admin division is seeing an increase in payroll of 107,000. That's largely due to 66% of our admin employees were being paid under $15 an hour. So that's them to bring them up to $15 an hour. In addition, included in that 39.9% is also a 6% wage increase that we're budgeting for to come into effect in October. We've also seen an increase in the general employee pension of $19,000. We've also established a $28,000 contingency budget. That's kind of our emergency fund. The golf course and the golf world is not immune to inflation, so that's for us to use in case of emergency, in case of a budget line item goes over. The contingency budget is something that we haven't had in the past. We're in a financial position going into next year where we feel like we can establish a contingency budget. We also have increased the transfer to the general fund of $25,000. So next year we're budgeted to transfer $125,000 to the general fund. Largest increase in this division is this $216,000 that you see on the bottom. That's a transfer to our 412 CIP fund. So that's a self-generated fund, capital fund that is funded by rounds of golf. So each round of golf that comes through the door, $3 of that goes towards this CIP fund. So we're using that $216,000. We're not using it all, but that fund is being generated with each round of golf to improve infrastructure, hopefully in the years to come for a new clubhouse, that sort of thing. So that is our, again, self-generated capital improvement fund.
One moment, I need some clarity.
Sure.
Is it 25,000 or 125,000? Because I'm looking at my book and I see 125,000.
Correct. Yes. This year it was 100,000. Next year it's 125,000. So it's an increase of 25,000.
Okay. Excellent. So not only are you not depending on the general fund, but you're putting 125K.
Yes.
To the general.
So part of that 125,000 is a payback that was a loan from the city in 2017, I want to say. So some of that is payback for a loan, but also a transfer to the general fund.
What's the status of that loan? Are you almost done paying it off? Or?
I believe it was a loan of $300,000 for new greens. This was back in 2017. Before my time, I believe that's about halfway paid.
All right.
The maintenance division is seeing a 7.1% increase. Again, that's an increase in payroll of about $33,000. We are requesting an additional one full-time position and eliminating a part-time position. So that's a net total increase of about $28,000. Just like all of the other departments, it's hard to find part-time employees. They're getting paid $15 an hour. You know how hot it is outside. They're digging holes. They're, that sort of thing. They could get a part-time position at Target, so that's, why we're requesting a full-time position, an additional full-time position. We're also asking for an increase of $56,800 for fertilizer and chemicals. Fertilizer, which is made from fuel, that's obviously been affected by fuel prices. But also we are generating more revenue. So we would like to put that back into the golf course. Our golf course is our product. Without a good golf course, we're not generating the revenue. So aside from payroll, fertilizers and chemicals is our biggest line item at the golf course. Also, there would be a $33,000 increase for maintenance equipment. That would include a tractor and some other golf course equipment. Some successes for this year: we completed our irrigation conversion project. So we converted from a hydraulic system to an electric system. It just gives us better overall control. It brings us, it's new and updated, gets us away from our antiquated system. We also purchased 90 lithium golf carts, which saves on electricity. It saves on maintenance on our old golf carts. And those have been very well received by the public. We're in the process of currently upgrading our on-course restrooms using our 412 CIP funds. So there's 3 bathrooms out on the golf course. They're going to have some lightning protection shelters added out there, and bathrooms that are totally getting gutted. As far as revenue goes, it's been record setting this year. Last year we brought in total about $2.5 million. This year we're forecasted actually a little over $3 million. So that's actually a net profit of almost $1 million that we're going to be seeing this year. That goes back into our fund balance. That's our rainy day fund. We're tied to the economy. If things were to take a turn south, we have some cushion there in our savings account, so to speak. But also the expenses the budget that I'm proposing is also going to be, even if things were to go bad, we feel confident that our revenue would support our expenses. As far as challenges go, certainly fear of recession is a big one. We do have a lot of our customers that are fixed income, and also inflation. As far as initiatives go, we're further developing golf course infrastructure. So for next year, we have budgeted about $75,000 to, you can say, harden, I guess, our irrigation well, and also extending the line that we draw water into our well. So out of that $216,000, we have about $75,000 budgeted for golf course infrastructure for our irrigation system. And then developing cross-training staff across divisions. I have a staff there that I love dearly, but they've been there a long time. A lot of them are looking to retire in the years to come, and I need people kind of in the wings to take their positions. So that's something that I'm always focusing on, but even more so in the years to come, to develop and cross-train our staff. Questions?
Thank you. Who would like to begin? I'll begin. I'll just say thank you, because you are clearly doing something excellent, and your revenue numbers, I couldn't be happier. Year after year, it gets higher and higher. Again, you're doing something right, so I commend you for the hard work and your team as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kelly?
I just had one question on, and it's just because I have no idea. On when you talk about fertilizers, what is the or your position or golf course? What are you using eco-friendly fertilizers? Are those are those outside of possibility because of expense? Or is that something that you're using? Is that something you're looking into in the future?
Sure, yeah. So without getting too graphic, when you talk about organic fertilizer, I think we all know what we're talking about. That is something that we use, absolutely. One of actually our other successes this year is we became recertified as an Audubon site. So we're one of under 1,000 courses in America out of the 30,000 courses that's Audubon certified. So that limits us actually how close to our waterways we can spread chemicals, fertilizers. We're also limited as to, wind, how breezy it is, as to how much, what times we can spray for chemicals. So certainly we do use organic chemicals out there, and specifically organic fertilizer.
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I feel like here in Florida, we're constantly hearing about the fertilizers and the chemicals getting into our water system, and with even, the golf course and using well water to do your sprinklers, you're kind of, if you're fertilizing the ground, then it's going into the water, and then it's just spreading. So I'm glad to hear that it's a proactive approach to being more environmentally friendly. So I thank you for the update.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, great work to you and your team. Absolutely. Having a $3 million on the positive side is fantastic, with one in revenue. And obviously, with that being said, the full-time position is obviously justified. And it makes me think about the cost of living and the cost of housing, and how can anybody even afford to live with a part-time salary at $15 an hour. So 100% agree with the full.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, we have lost some employees, just I'm sure like all departments have, just for the cost of living down here. But people are looking for full time.
Yeah.
And like I said, we're doing more and more and more. My staff is to thank. We're open every day but Christmas, just about from morning to night. So it's nothing that I'm doing all by myself. It's staff that is bought into treating people right, but also looking at it from a business perspective.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Turkin?
Yes, thank you. Obviously, the proof is in the pudding here. Seems like you got a good culture over there. I think cross-training is important. I think it's underutilized in the public sector. In the private sector, I mean, it's a great way to mitigate labor costs and overtime. I did have a question about the junior golf program. Can you tell me more about that? Because I'm sitting here thinking about what we do for the youth, and then I see this line item. So I'd love to hear more about
that. So junior golf is something. I grew up playing the golf course that I work at now.
That's awesome.
I'm a local. I grew up in West Palm Beach. So if it wasn't for junior golf, I wouldn't be where I am today. Instruction overall is one of the things that I think that we are probably falling short on. Currently, it's just a few staff members that are teaching. That's something that we're looking at going forward, is getting more people certified so that they're able to teach and to grow the game. But that's where the family course is stepping in, and it's a family golf course. So you come out there any day, and it's moms and dads playing with their kids, and we offer a big discount for juniors to come out. We have a junior program where we hold junior clinics. We also work hand in hand with Parks and Rec and host some parent-child clinics throughout the year.
That's awesome. Yeah, golf's a great sport. I'm a big fisherman. I love fishing. It's not a cheap sport, and I've learned that about golf as well. And so I got one last question. What's the last tee time over there?
We close up at 6, so 6 o'clock is when you need to be out on the golf course. But okay. If you haven't been out there, I highly recommend you guys come out there and pay a visit, and I will happily tour you around and show you the facility.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City Manager.
All right, we're going to transition to messaging, marketing and communications. They're joining us remotely, as I said earlier. There may be a little difficulty there, but I know that we were unmuting them and allowing them on. So Eleanor and Chelsea, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, beautiful. Just one moment, and I'll make sure you can hear Chelsea
And I hope you can hear me. I'm just going to turn it up a little. Both of us have kind of quiet voices these days. I don't have my double screen here at home, but I know that the PowerPoint slides are probably up and we're showing you that. I do want to just give you a little bit more detail on those if I can. Thank you again for allowing us to do this online. Just a little background on the department. In 2014, the commission created the position of manager of public information. And since that time, this department's expanded to include events and is now marketing and events. And it has 6 positions, 2 of which are unfilled at the moment. With the update on the city's online accounting, we're reviewing the need for the position of administrative assistant. And based on expanding our marketing initiatives beyond digital methods, we are in the process of reviewing the digital marketing position as well. And as noted on the slides, excuse my voice.
Eleanor,
yes.
if you just tell us when you want to advance the slides, we'll take care of that on this end. Just tell me what slide you're on and where you want to go.
Okay, I don't have the number in front of me as well, but we are on the ones that talk about the, we are on slide, sorry, Jim.
Slide 4. Okay.
Slide 4.
Yeah. Budgeted events?
Yes. And
Okay.
as noted in that presentation, we currently budget those events. We plan and produce 4 holiday events. And I kind of wanted to divide it for you because some of those are very large events. So the MLK, the 4th of July, the tree lighting, and the holiday parade are the 4 holiday events that we produce. Then we support the Juneteenth event, the mental health committee's Remembering and Healing event with dollars, staff time, and marketing. We also want you to know that we support the departments and Art and Public Places, Kinetic Art, the Office of Accessibilities, Magic Girls and Heels, Office of Sustainability, Earth Day events, the Library Reading event, Children's Schoolhouse Superhero event, and the Mental Health Committee's Remembering and Healing event. And as well as those that are coming our way through our departments, such as the Cushion event that we held at the fire station last weekend, and the Pride intersection event we held last year, as well as ribbon cuttings. With the activation of the new Centennial Park and Amphitheater in October, we developed and activated the Friday Flicks and the First Friday at 5 concerts, and they have been held since October 1. We're also responsible for the permitting of private events at the amphitheater, and our largest permitted event was the Black Nick, a gated event that was held on the grounds for a 1 day period, excuse me. And we held the St. John's Missionary Baptist Church Easter service there. Those events did not require subsidies as far as dollars, but did require the planning and execution of all the support services from all the departments. And scheduled this November is the RAG-A event, coming in with similar planning. To help us execute the number of events that we produced, we created an internal events marketing team that's comprised of a member from each department to assist in the review, planning, and evaluation of all the events that are coming in permitted or that are executed by ourselves. I'm just going to have Chelsea real fast give you a lineup of the marketing end of the department. Chelsea?
Hi, everybody. Chelsea Sanabia, Marketing Events Coordinator here. As Eleanor mentioned, I'll give a brief description of a brief overview of the marketing. So the marketing division for managing the city's website.
Chelsea?
Yes.
Chelsea, just one moment. I'm not sure what's going on, but you sound muffled.
Okay.
Try to turn it up, Chelsea. Your speakers.
Can you hear me better now? Is that better?
I would say yes. A little bit better, yes.
A little bit better? Okay.
Just keep going and let's see how it goes.
Okay, I'll try to talk as loud as I can. So the marketing division is responsible for managing the city's website, over 20 social media accounts across various platforms, press releases, press inquiries.
All right, well, Chelsea, 1 second. It seems that it did not get better. I'm going to ask my colleagues here, would you rather that we try this again tomorrow or some other way? Staff, do you have any suggestions?
I could get it to you tonight.
1 second and I'll try to hop on my phone really quick.
Okay, Eleanor, if you could take over in the meantime, just so we maximize our time here.
Okay, and one option I have, Commissioner, Mayor, Commissioners, if you'd like me to send this copy to you tonight, I can do that as well. Chelsea has that, let me see if she has her copy on her computer at her house. If we can give her 1 minute, if not, I can send it to you. I know you're in a hurry.
Go ahead and send it.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute my speaker and see if that will help. Okay, I'm going on.
Hi, I'm on my.
All right, no, it's just echoing.
Yeah, now we have feedback on your phone and the speaker.
I think if you're using both your phone and your laptop, if you mute one of them and completely reduce the audio, it might work.
Did you hear that, Chelsea?
I'll text her.
Okay.
Yes, I'm on my phone. If somebody could just unmute me on my phone.
Well, that works.
Whatever you did,
much better.
Yes, it is much better. Whatever you did, remember that. Go ahead, Chelsea. Chelsea, that was great. Keep going.
Okay. Okay. So the city's marketing division is responsible for managing the city's social media, the website, social media across 20 different accounts and multiple platforms, manages press releases, media inquiries, interviews, newsletter distribution to over 23,000 residents and businesses, I-95 billboards, digital marquees, signage throughout the city, utility inserts, physical utility inserts. So those are, that's a service that we pay for. So we have a certain amount that we budget for that because it is quite pricey. But we do have the version that we have the option to do electronic copy, which is free. We do distributions to many organizations in Palm Beach County. We have a mailing list, radio and TV ads, brochures. But our primary function is a support department. So we support all of the departments in the city, and a few of our biggest initiatives this year have included supporting the engineering division with their Drive Safe campaign, sustainability on Pass on Plastics. Every year we assist utilities with their water quality report. We assisted the development department in the implementation of Sages Gov and their building and Boynton workshops. We helped get out information about the CDBG grants, the ARPA workshops, the master plan workshops for recreation, and additional initiatives that other departments have throughout the year like that. Our primary goal for the upcoming year is to form a community group of brand ambassadors that can assist us in helping get boots on the ground and getting the word out, marketing, that face-to-face interaction with community members, businesses, and stuff like that, as well as creating an internal team, marketing team with a liaison from each department to help streamline the marketing process and help us create a calendar and have a better understanding of what's coming down the pipe in the next year. And then that concludes my portion. If you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just want to thank you, Chelsea and Eleanor. Y'all do such a good job at what you do. And I think you help the city as a whole when it comes to making this a place to visit. So you should be very proud of the work y'all have done. One thing I want to propose to my colleagues is the idea of Pirate Fest. I know that wasn't budgeted here, and that is going to be a pretty hefty line item. I think it's 300,000, 3.25 is what we're looking for that. 500,000. Okay. Was informed by the CRA a different number. So $500,000. I think Pirate Fest is an important part of this city. And so I would like us to visit on how we can make that work. I know the CRA can propose some assistance with that, but they're limited to what they can do.
So the follow-up question to that would be, if we have an events fund, how much is left over, given that we already have other events? Do we even have enough funds currently for other?
At this time,
Events is part of the general fund. It would come out of your reserves or your fund balance if you would add something to that.
Okay, thank you, Mara. Eleanor, did you want to add anything? I just want to know what the
that our the permits that come in from the amphitheater, although they've been slow this year, have gone. And Mara, you can explain where those funds go. I believe they go into the recreation permit funds, or it's similar to the special event permit that's issued at a park.
Right. We created a line item this year for the amphitheater revenue. It's going into the general fund to support events as well.
Great. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from the others. Anybody else, Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, I'm just kind of following Commissioner Turkin as far as Pirate Fest goes. It was my understanding in the last couple of years in talking to both the CRA director and the city that it was something that it wasn't, because of laws, it wasn't technically able to be supported fully by the CRA, but it was my understanding that it would slowly move over to this becoming a city event because it was more of a tourism event and less of a CRA business development event, which is what the law, I guess, requires as far as CRA events. But I feel like it's very abruptly, and I'm not sure why, been switched over to being a city event. And I think that that's what's causing a lot of the issue, is there's not this smooth transition that it was my understanding from being on the CRA advisory board and speaking to staff there, that it was supposed to be a more gradual thing, and that the CRA and the city would be more of a partner in that transition. And so I'm concerned with how this has all of a sudden gone off of one plate and onto another plate, and we're kind of in this middle where it is an event that brings people to our city, as an event that has been very successful, and it's an event that we cannot lose. And so we need to figure out between the two groups how we can solve this issue. And then, unfortunately, there is this, elephant in the room of how it gets distributed and what the CRA can continue to do or should continue to do and is in their legal right to do, and what the city needs to take over in order so that everyone is complying, but that the event doesn't get lost.
Commissioner Hay or Vice Mayor Cruz? Do you have any questions or comments to what's just been said? Or
I would agree that this is one of our signature events, and if we can find the funding, maybe staff can take a look into that. But I would not like to lose it. But at the same time, I don't want to cut programs that we need to keep. I understand and I agree with Commissioner Kelly, but I think it was one of those things that I've heard discussion about over at least a couple of years. It doesn't seem to have taken any teeth or any action. No one took it up. So that's the question mark in my head, is why. But I understand why CRA is taking a position, because it's not a redevelopment item, and we cannot spend CRA funding on this type of event. I don't know what. Hello? So I would I would say look at some of the programs that we have scheduled, or try and find the funding, because it does bring a lot of people into our city, and that's a good thing. And so I would like to keep it, but I just don't know how financially right now. But maybe we can take a look at that.
City Manager, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so with what Commissioner Kelly said and what Commissioner Hayes said and what the consensus of the board is, I have no problem approaching the CRA director and having this conversation. I, like you, would think that it would be a smoother transition than I'm out and now it's yours. We have not had a single conversation about this in the 70 plus days that I've been sitting in the seat. And there's been other things, obviously, but this is something that can't wait till the last moment, is the other part of that. So I apologize, but staff on my side, to the best of my knowledge, has not been involved in any conversations about transitioning this to a city function. Marketing and events is not set up to manage an event this size with the staffing levels they have. And this will be an all hands on deck process, certainly. So I say all that to say, I want to make sure that we don't lay an egg by hosting an event and not be able to do our level best to do our level best. So I will get with our legal too, though, to kind of transition this, because I don't, this concerns me a little bit, because I'm not sure, how that looks in the general fund process as well, because this is a large budgeted item. So.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. Vice Mayor Cruz.
I do agree with the consensus of the board at this time, but it makes me very uncomfortable to take $500,000 for an event. It really, really makes me uncomfortable. Mike's being a little weird. We do have a CRA meeting tonight, so I would be happy to bring it up and we can have that conversation with the board to see if maybe we can do a split, like, the CRA will cover some of it. We'll talk to legal as well and figure out, what we can do or how we can figure that out. But I just don't like taking money from the general fund for such a large event. It really makes me uncomfortable. With that being said, this event would potentially benefit businesses within the CRA area. So I could see how that might provide, and I'm not a lawyer and this is not legal advice, but maybe it could provide a percentage of the funding for the event. So I think it's something that we should talk about tonight, and maybe we should hold off on the pirate event. Until we have the CRA meeting tonight.
So I just want to say, I think the big for how much that is, and I am shocked to hear that there has been no communication, Jim. I'm sorry to hear that, because it seems to be one-sided at this point. So I'll definitely bring that up tonight. But I just want everyone to think about this, because for a long time, when you think about events in Boynton, it's Pirate Fest. That is it. And then we had COVID, we couldn't have it, we bounced back, and then there were some changes in, I believe, the Florida law with the CRA that limits where that funding can go. So let's make, it might not be $500,000. Let's get that number, tonight.
Well,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
And I just to be clear, I went back and looked at and reviewed last year's budget meetings in advance of this meeting. And in particular, this conversation came up at the last budget meeting, and there was a clear understanding by city staff that there would be a slow transition, and it would take possibly a year or 2 years for it to transition from the CRA to a city event. And the CRA was aware of that transition as well, because it has been mentioned to me before recent times that it would have been a more slow progression, and it would be more of like a partnership, so that it wouldn't be all of a sudden completely cut off and all of a sudden turned into a city event. So I I did go back and do a little research in that, and that has always been the understanding, was that there would be this transition. So it is a little disheartening to think that there's this disconnect on an event that is so important to our city. And it is something that has started, the CRA started from the ground up, and we are, as the CRA, we're super proud of it. I've attended on a yearly basis. It's something that my family looks forward to. It's something that I don't want to see go. But I do agree that it's something that the city hasn't budgeted for, and so we need to figure that out. And I'm not saying that we need to go and pull money from the general fund either. I'm saying this is a big problem and we need to find a solution. And yes, some of that solution will be discussed tonight. But I'm for the record, at this budgeting meeting, this is something that the city is aware of and now has been made aware of, that it needs to be moving forward. It needs to be in the picture, because this is something that we cannot lose as a city.
Thank you, Commissioners. What I will say is that in tonight's CRA meeting, we will be discussing the proposed budget, and part of that will be the events. But I heard what the city manager said, and it sounds like, A, you have a lot more conversations to be had between the city and the CRA, but B, before any real transfer can occur, there needs to be a lot of prep work, a lot of reorganization, capacity building on the city side before they can go ahead and transfer. So I understand that the limitation, from what I've been told, there are legal limitations about how CRA funds can be used. And so I suspect, I could be wrong, that there may be a year where we don't have it, while the city builds up the capacity, does what it needs to do, prepares itself to carry on and transfer over these activities. So, there's a lot more legwork to do. I look forward to getting updates on that, but I think we'll discuss this further at the CRA meeting tonight. City Manager.
Yeah, let me offer an additional. So obviously I wasn't your interim city manager in January, but I was just told that there was a conversation with some staff members in January talking about this. A spreadsheet was shared that reflects a $434,000 expense for this project. So I say all that to say there was conversations that occurred with some staff members, but there was no commitments one way or the other, or no discussions. I will broach that subject with the director of the CRA, and we'll have those conversations, and we'll see what we can do to do that. We do have a can-do attitude, but this is a huge undertaking in a short notice time frame. So that's my one big concern is, this is October, correct?
Yeah, it's 3 months away. So the other option I think we could think about is contracting that out. When we talk about capacity and having, the staff power to do so.
And what does that look like in cost is my concern as your city manager. Well, and that's why I'm sharing that with you on the front end is, if it was $434,000 with an internal operation, what does it look like when you hire a contractor to manage?
If I'm not mistaken, this might actually be there might be a contractor. I know the CRA does not do all of it. The staff does a significant portion, but they do get outside help. So I look forward again to getting updates on those conversations, and we'll circle back on it.
I'll bring legal with me, and we'll sort through this, and then we'll give you an update here as soon as we get something. If you would bring it up with the director tonight, that I'll be looking for a meeting with her in the near future to
absolutely.
The only final comments I have about this is, and I've said this before to the city manager and I think to the assistant city manager, that when we think about the future of communications and marketing in the city, in addition to the events, we do need to centralize the public messaging. We need to centralize the PIOs to make sure that one side of the city isn't doing something that the other side of the city isn't even aware of. But I can't tell you, commissioners, how many times that has happened where there's an event happening and one department knows and the rest of us has no clue. We don't even know that we can be there or should be there, and then people get upset. Well, why weren't you there? Well, that information was not conveyed to us, so there needs to be centralization of communication happening with internally as well as public messaging.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it at that. Vice Mayor Cruz, I see your hand is up.
Maybe like a master calendar. I know there was an event, I think it was on Friday, that I wasn't aware of either, but if we could have maybe a master calendar to include with the elected officials as well as staff that, as we're marketing the events, just for consistency. It's always important to have communication within departments. That's how we know we're on one page and one family.
Understood. Commissioner Turkin, were you about to add something?
Yeah, this is a little off topic from marketing, but Chief Manager mentioned comms. Is there a way for the commission to be a part of what happens in the city in reference to crime or something happening? I know there's an OPSEC concern with that, but I just want to be in the loop. If I get a phone call from a neighbor and they see something, I want to be able to have some type of information. Obviously, there's legalities with that, but I just kind of want to be in the know, and if that's even feasible. If not, then I completely get it.
It is feasible. I am working on a standard process for notification of all of elected officials on, for lack of a better term, critical events. That way you're aware of flooding, for example, or you're aware of a sewer main break that's causing a road issue. All of those types of things that you need to understand, because your constituents will call you inevitably and ask you about them, or you'll see it on the news. And that's a horrible way to get notified. So I would prefer to have a standard, and I'll use the assistant as an example. When I was out of town and he was serving in capacity, it's clunky because there was no format. There was no standardization. So I'm working through that right now. And I apologize, I don't have anything in concrete for you, but you'll generally get text from me that say, hey, this is the operation, this is what's going on, here's a newsworthy event. Sometimes we don't know about newsworthy events until they're newsworthy. So that's the other challenge that becomes a problem. But I will promise you that staff is working on doing that to make sure that there's a standard. So whether we do an ops page out of the dispatch center to you that gives you a heads up, but the problem is some of those things that would come out of dispatch would be confusing to you because there's codes and things that are included in there. And unless you have somebody that can interpret for you, it may be complicated or confusing. The other thing is there's certain things that OPSEC wise you will not get, just like I would not get if I'm not on the op. So I say all that to say, we'll give you the information as quickly as we can, but I am trying to standardize that format. So, if I got hit by a truck tomorrow, Andrew knows here's the format, here's what we do, here's what we send out. We notify of all these types of newsworthy events.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Anything else? Commissioner Kelly?
Two things. So to piggyback on Vice Mayor Cruz, as far as events go, I think I personally would rather have more on my calendar than less on my calendar. I feel like things will happen. For instance, even the public meetings about Parks and Rec, I had to put them on my calendar so that I wouldn't forget. So I would rather anything that's going on especially when the public is involved in public input, to make sure that I would rather have everything on my calendar than have to add stuff myself or find out about it after it's happened. So that's one request I would like. And then to piggyback on Commissioner Turkin, my feeling on communication is that we should not find out about something when the media finds out about something. And so if there's a press release or something going out, I would want to hear about it before the press is getting an email. I don't want to get an email at the same time the media is getting an email with something that's happening in the city. So that's my input on that. I know that I've had a conversation with Chief Manager about that, and that's his title. So that's something that's important to me, that we're not just getting emails from press releases that are going to the media and not hearing about it first. So thank you.
So I understand the consensus is that we want to make sure that events end up on your calendar. So I will make sure that I give that directive to Kendra. Kendra is able to update each and every one of your calendars, correct? Your calendars are working remotely?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, then I'll make sure that that happens from the coordination side. The other side of that is I'm working on standardized. When I get done with it, I will share it with you all to make sure that it's meeting the need, and then we'll go from there.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Kendra and Candace are awesome.
Mhm.
They are great. I don't want to pick favorites, but I'll leave it at that.
I hope they're still in the building, and I hope they heard that. Any final comments? All right, seeing none. Oh,
Last
there-
comment is just if you're a city department and you have any events that you want elected officials to be at, Kendra is the right person to email so that we don't miss it.
We'll make sure that every department has that. We're going to be doing a department meeting after this budget workshop to kind of talk through some of those things. So we'll improve that communication process to make sure there's not that. To go back to your standardization question too, I apologize, I missed that on my note. I've had these discussions with the mayor and most of you independently. My goal is to centralize public information and coordination. So there's not over here or over there. Doesn't mean that they don't work closely with that department, but what it does mean is that there's a standard approach and there's a standard communication and there's consideration given for the fact that many of you work full-time jobs and can't make that particular event at that particular time of day. So I want to assure you that staff understands that, and we have had these discussions after the last debacle. So we're moving in directions.
Yes, go ahead.
Just since we're on this topic, I ride around my district quite a bit, and oftentimes something going on. Police flashing the lights, and something is happening on the streets usually. I guess it's a question for the chief or maybe you, city manager, interim. Would I be in violation of any kind if I were to walk up, identify myself, and say, "Give me the Reader's Digest, what's going on"?
I would encourage you not to, while they're on an op, I would encourage you not to walk up and become close. If everything's settled down, then certainly you can do that. I would prefer you call me, and I will reach out to staff because, they may not know, and they may be in the middle of an operation that is critical time-wise or some other thing. So I would encourage us not to do that. The other thing is, if you walked up on an officer while they're engaged,
I wouldn't do that.
The response may not be good, and they're engaged in an operation. So whether it's fire or police. So,
and I knew the answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anything else from my colleagues before we move on? Nothing else? All right, thank you. Or where are we on that process? So Mara, I believe that might be you.
Right. So we have a debt service fund, which is your public service debt service. That's the 207 fund that is paying off your 2015 public service tax bond. That's being funded through some of the state shared revenues that we receive from the state. I believe that's scheduled to pay off. Let me pull up the schedule of that in a second.
And just so we're on the same page, I'm looking at page 254. Page 254, debt service funds. And if you want to direct our attention elsewhere, Mara, just let us know.
That's the fund that I was talking
All right, excellent.
about. But I can tell you when it's going to be paid off too. So hold on a second. This was, yeah. It was the library. Yeah. Right. So this bond initially actually was taken out. It looks like a $24 million bond. The majority of that actually at the time, I believe, went to build the library when they built the library. And it is scheduled to pay off. I can get this to open. If you'll notice on page 254 that you're looking at Florida Power and Light, part of the payment, some of the utility taxes, and then Florida Public Utilities. So those communication service taxes, all of that is revenue coming into that fund. And the only thing paid out of that is majority of the principal debt interest on the expense side of that. So we don't have anything else funded out of that.
So what are our debts?
What do you mean? So the bond is,
Yes.
yeah,
Well, you mentioned the library. Was there anything else, or?
I believe that's the only thing that bond, when it was taken out, was funding, was the library at the time. Correct. Well, that's the only thing for that fund, yes. And that should be paid off in 2027, by the way.
2027.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
is our payments over time tapering down, I would assume?
It has been, yes. We average about $2.4 million a year in payments right now for that. And yes, as it has been paid off, yeah, they do decrease. What you'll see is kind of a shift. In the beginning, you pay more interest. In the end, you're paying more towards principal.
Right. So earlier when I had asked if we could take out a bond,
right,
or some funding mechanism, I'll keep it general, for the Fire Station 3, and you said we had a lot of debt on the books. Is there something else I'm not aware of?
So Town Square is also considered debt. That's $118 million debt on the books.
And our annual payments?
Our annual payments are about $4 million for that. And those come directly out of the general fund. They're not paid out of this.
That's right. What year is it anticipated to be paid off?
25 years. I want to say 2045, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Wow.
Is that CFP? Is that, if I remember that correctly?
Correct. It's a lease payment to CFP, but we do consider it debt as far as, because we are still making that payment. CRA is supporting a large majority of that.
Yes.
Our debt capacity or, ability to take on more debt as this public service tax debt is paid off will give you a little more room in 2027.
27 though. Any other debt?
You have the utility bonds.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I want to know what all of our debts are.
Correct. So those are it. You have your 2 utility bonds, and then you have this public service tax debt, which is your general side. And
Public service tax debt for the library.
correct.
Utility bonds for,
The utility bonds are from 2012 and 2016. 2016 was the district energy. 2012, I believe, was taken out for multiple capital projects. That one is scheduled to pay off this year.
okay. So what was the fourth one? I 2 utility, public service. Oh, and town
Right,
square.
and then town square.
So those are the 4. Okay. I'll just request if you could put that into a summary page or and send that to all of us.
Yeah, if you look at page 30 in your budget summary, all of
All
your
right.
debt is.
One second. Let me find. Right, I did see this. I just, when it says utility, what about utility? There wasn't any description, is what I'm saying. I didn't understand.
Got it. Yeah, so I can break that down for you and send it.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. And it says here total, oh, wow. Total city debt. I'm not sure if I should even say a number.
And that doesn't include your town square because it's not a bond.
And I was about to ask you our bond rating, but it's already here. Bond rating is relatively good.
Yeah. We have a
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Cruz, you were about to say something? Oh.
Okay.
Wow.
So this is 89 million plus town square.
Correct.
Wow. That's a lot.
All right.
We got some work to do.
Yes, so let's circle back on this. I want to make sure I understand all of this. It'll help us, not just for me, but for all of us here, for future planning.
When we think about total, I think we should include that in the total.
Right. So actually, one of the new Governmental Accounting Standard Board requirements this year or last year was to start booking our lease payments and even computer software and things like that. So you are actually going to see that coming into 23, those listed as debt. So we're working on that. That's actually in our budget this year because it is one of the new requirements for a better transparency. So.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mara. Any other questions from my colleagues on this? It's just some sort of summary page for us. I think that would be greatly appreciated. All right, that concludes it for me as it relates to the debt service. City Manager, anything else? Anything else from my colleagues that you want to hear from? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you mention HR?
Yes, I did. Can we have a presentation from HR?
Yes, we can. I will ask Julie to come on up.
Thank you very much.
I didn't want to forget that.
Thank you.
We should have an HR presentation.
Try that again. Good afternoon, Julie Oldberry, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. So did you have specific questions or you wanted me to go through the present? Okay, got it. So in Human Resources and Risk, we have 13 full-time employees that support the human resources and risk for the entire city. That includes things like talent management, benefits, labor relations, employee relations, leaves and accommodations, organization development and engagement, workers' compensation, safety, and property and liability. Oh, thank you. All right, so in human resources, I'm going to do both risk as well at the same time, if that's okay.
Right.
Okay. They're all on one presentation. No. They're all on the same presentation.
We're fine.
That's all right. That's good. Okay. So in Human resources, we're having a 6.37% increase, and in risk management, a 10.03% increase. And I'm going the wrong way, sorry. Okay, so in human resources, some of those expenses are group insurance expenses. I think that went up about 18,000. An increase to tuition reimbursement line item, that was to incorporate additional funding for the SEIU contract that was negotiated.
One second.
Sure.
I thought we didn't have a collective bargaining agreement this year yet. Is that for the previous year?
For this SEIU collective bargaining agreements for the blue and the white collar, we're in the last year of a third year agreement. So we are in the process of negotiating the reopeners of the wages. We are also proposing to increase the software maintenance, and this is something that had actually, these modules had come to you in a prior agenda, but therefore our policy module and our, they call it Attract. It's a module that's going to hopefully help us with some of our recruitment efforts and branding, our employment branding side. And we're very excited to release both of those. And then also in our other contractual services, we've added some funding in there, again, for support in the recruitment efforts, with potentially working with LinkedIn to get an account with them to have more of like a city account, because right now each of the individual HR staff that are recruiting spread the word through their own personal accounts. So we'd like to establish one on the city end and make it a little more formalized. The last time we looked at it a couple of years ago, it was about $12,000. So the increase here is like 15,000, just because I'm sure, like everything else, it's probably gone up. So just to make sure we have enough covered there. Do you want me to go through HR first and then come back for risk? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter to me, whichever is preferable for you.
I'll just go through the risk management changes as well then. So in risk, we are going to have an increase to our liability insurance miscellaneous line item. There is an environmental 5-year policy that we have to, that we get. It's a policy for 5 years. It's on our storage tanks over in utilities, and that expires this year. And that, the last time we renewed it, it was at about 65,000. So we'll have an increase in that. But then next year, you won't see that for the next 4 years. Our software maintenance was increased this year to support the implementation of our new risk management information system. Thank you very much for approving that at the last meeting. That's going to definitely help our efforts. Increasing other contractual services. Those are just, some of our contracts renew mid-year, so we have to kind of guesstimate what those increases will be, as well to our insurance line items, our premiums. We don't get that information until very late in our budgeting process. So we just do about a 10% estimate on increasing those. All right, so in just very high level, some of our successes in the HR side were our assistant director had developed and created our supervisory training program and has implemented that. And so far we've had, we're working on our 4th cohort, and we've had 60 employees go through that training program. And we've gotten a really positive response from it. So I'm very proud of that work from Danielle that she did with that and facilitating that. Our organizational development manager is on board, and we have those initiatives underway, as well as adding some more engagement opportunities. where, trying to do a little bit more in recognizing employees and taking the time to, let them know that they are valued and cared for by the city. And for example, our team this year during Public Service Week had created little goodie bags for every employee and hand delivered them. It was just a little thing, but just something to do to demonstrate that we care. In some of our challenges are in our pay plan. Right now, we're seeing a lot of compression, and so we're redesigning that plan and doing a thorough analysis on that to make some changes that will help to bring the positions and everything in line. Another challenge I think you've heard from almost every, if not every department that came up here, was recruitment and finding employees. And we have 2 people who are at this point primarily dedicated to recruiting and 3 others who support those efforts. So we're talking less than 5, full-time people recruiting for, 130 positions. It's more than 20 positions per person. In the public sector, obviously, we have a very transparent recruitment process. So all the I's have to be dotted, T's crossed, et cetera. So yes, we feel the pain and share the pain of our coworkers who are struggling to get people on board. Another one of our initiatives is to revise the personnel policy manual, at least updating it and making it a little more 2022 and not so much 1992. And in that NeoGov software that we have, there's a policy module in there, which will be very helpful for us to get information out to employees through email. They can review the policy. There'll be an acknowledgement that they've received that, and we'll have that. And again, we talked about the Attract software briefly. And then in risk, we're implementing the risk management information system, which is going to be a huge improvement for us right now. We have our 2 TPAs on the workers' comp side and then on the property casualty side. So they have their systems, and then everything that we do internally is on spreadsheets. And
what are TPAs?
Oh, sorry, third-party administrators. So the risk, we're self-insured, so we're required to have a third-party administrator for both of those areas. But we have to be able to kind of control our information and data. And right now, we track on multiple spreadsheets with information through the TPAs. And so finally, we will have one robust system to capture everything. Will be right now, when people have like an incident report that they need to complete, that's something they could actually do anywhere they have internet service. So if they're out in the field and something happens, they can do that report right there, take a picture, it goes right into the system and everything. And a lot more reporting and everything will be very helpful for us. And that's my high-level overview for you. Did you have any questions?
Vice Mayor?
Out of the 13 positions in the Human Resources and Risk Management Department, 5 of those are recruiters.
No.
2 are main recruiters.
2 are right now. 2 of them are recruiting primarily as their full duties. That's really it. The others all have other functions that they perform in addition to that. I mean, they all do, but more so their functions are a little parsed out. So I would say you would probably get the equivalent of 4 full-time people when you grouped everybody together.
Okay. And out of those, are there any new positions, any changes in the positions within the HR department?
Not new positions. One thing we're contemplating with the reclassing, we have people. We developed about 8 years ago a career path for human resources and risk coordinator, and all but one of our employees has come through that path in some form or fashion. So I'm really happy to see that it's worked. 2 of the employees are ready to be advanced beyond the career path. So we're looking to bring those as HR administrators. We used to call them human resources managers. We're trying to kind of say, since they're not managing like 2 full-time employees themselves, they're more administering a function of human resources or doing that for a group of departments or something. So we're going to kind of change the titles of those as well, just to be a little bit more reflective.
And that comes kind of like a promotion?
Yes. That's
of
correct.
How much?
A total amount of 9,000, I think, comes out to.
Each one?
Combined.
Combined, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Commissioner?
Yep, thank you for your presentation. I did like seeing, I'm used to Gallup surveys in the private sector. And when I was a lot younger, I used to think, why am I doing this stupid survey? Now being on the other coin to that and trying to gather information from a multi-unit level, I think it's so important to do that so you can figure out how you can get better as an organization and how you can be a better leader and what your staff thinks, you know, how they're feeling. So I am excited to see that. I think it is important. I used to think it was super cheesy, but I do think it is important. And I do like to see that, you know, you're bringing praise in your department. I mean, trying to staff that many people with 5 individuals is tough on top of all the recruiting issues that, you know, the job market has today. So I'm excited to see that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Kelly, do you have any questions or comments?
I do not. Thank you, Julie, for the presentation.
All right, Commissioner Hay?
None.
All right, none from me as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
City Manager, there's nothing else on my end. I want to check with you first if there's anything else urgent that needs to be addressed, anything else from my colleagues. We also want to be mindful of time. It's now just about 3 o'clock, and we do need to circle back to our conversation on the millage rate, fire assessment, as well as the canal assessment.
Correct. And I would ask that we maybe reshuffle the HI and J. We start with the fire assessment, and we have some handouts for you, and we have a presentation to go through with the fire assessment. So
sounds good.
If you would.
Yes, and on the topic of public comment, after your presentations, I want to make sure that we do have public comment. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes.
Sorry, can I just, one thing that I would like, and I don't know that it's necessarily something that needs to be discussed, although maybe it would end up being, but more, I would like to see or know attorney's fees, what we paid last year in outsourcing attorney's fees versus our, because it's not very clear in the budget where that money is coming from. I know that we have city attorney on staff, but I don't think that that's where all of those outsourced attorney's fees are coming from. And so I'd like some clarity on what we paid out last year on attorney's fees, where we are this year, and what we're budgeting for the attorney's fees that that are outsourced, for the attorneys that have conflicts, that we internally have conflicts. I would like to see those numbers.
I think I do have that spreadsheet. I can send it to you.
Okay.
Send it to all of us, please.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
Commissioner Kelly, is that a I know that we're still going to meet tomorrow, 5:30. Is that a conversation you want to have tomorrow to follow up, or you just want to follow up on this individually? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I wasn't going to unless all of my colleagues wanted that information, I wasn't necessarily going to throw it out there that we had to all sit through it. But I'm happy to have that be a discussion, just so that everyone is on the same page. I don't necessarily love when each of us, although we all are very independent thinking, when we talk to staff, I think there's a disconnect sometimes. So I'm happy to have that, have there be a small presentation about that. Just, I'm fine with that.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just become somewhat concerned that we are covering everything that we have to cover, because I haven't heard anything at all during this budget workshop about any attorney's fees, and obviously we do know we pay for that. I'm not saying that we should take action or not take action. All I'm saying is that because we're paying for those services, we should be aware of what that is. As you mentioned it, I think you're heading in the right direction. But I don't think that it's something that, yes, we should ask for it, but I also think that it's something that should be given the fact that it is a significant chunk of the budget. So maybe including that in the future years to come, if we can just make that also a part of our budget.
City attorney does have a department 1910 that is in your book as far as their budget.
All right. So what I'm asking my colleagues here is, do you want to have this conversation today, tomorrow, or just you speak with staff individually on your own time? What do you want to do about having that conversation, and when? Commissioner Turkin?
No, I just want to confirm we're coming back tomorrow. Is that the?
Unless you finish today.
I'm trying to finish today.
I can appreciate that. I'm sorry, Commissioner Kelly.
I'm just saying, I mean, it's 3:00 and we're breaking at 4. I don't think that tomorrow would necessarily be long, but I would hate to rush through important things like this and not give the public an opportunity. And I actually almost feel like we owe it to the public to give an opportunity for people who do work during the day to maybe have public comment. But I have been hesitant to throw that out there, because if we could have finished today, then fine. But I also don't want to rush through things and then after the fact go, I wish we would have talked about that. I wish we would have had an opportunity to have that on the table. So that's kind of my position. I wanted to finish today. I don't see how it's realistically possible. So with that being said, I would rather not rush through things, have an opportunity for public to speak tomorrow, have an opportunity for us to go home tonight after CRA. Maybe we think of something else. Maybe there's something that we didn't talk about that we would have liked to have talked about. So that's my thought process. Like I said, it wasn't something I brought up, because if we could have finished, I'd be happy to. But I feel like it's already after 3. We have to break at 4. I feel like it's inevitable, but I wasn't going to bring that up.
Commissioner, I think for the reasons that you stated, including providing a late day public comment opportunity, in addition to not rushing over or glossing over something as important as legal, I'm going to support having that meeting tomorrow. But that's where I stand. Let's hear from the others.
That is fair. But I also think that if the public is our concern, we shouldn't be having these during the workday. Then we need to be better, and we need to do it in the evening, or we need to suck it up and do it on the Saturday. And because if the public input is our concern, but it's a working class city.
I would say it's not the only concern, but that is part of the calculation there.
I think tomorrow starts 5:30 or something, right? So it's
that's
after
correct.
working hours.
Yes, after working hours.
I mean next year. I'm talking about moving forward. We should have these budget workshops so there is more public input, because people are working right now.
Well, and it's my understanding that up until this year, and I don't know who proposed 2 daytimes, but it's always been that, I think if I'm not mistaken, Monday night was a night and then Tuesday was a day, because it always usually went into a meeting. But I feel like because there was, we have to be honest, we needed all of the time that we have taken. And so I don't think that it would have been realistic this year to maybe do a nighttime and a daytime, because then we're limiting ourselves to possibly a 4-hour block or less at a night meeting. So I'm sensitive to that I feel like we needed this 2-day block.
For practical reasons.
Correct.
Yep.
So
Moving forward, I think it would be fair to our constituents to meet them halfway. Yes, we need time. I still need time. I still don't understand everything. And I probably won't next week either, or the week after. So we're always learning, we're always growing. But I do believe in full transparency and public input.
Yes, the only thing I want to add to that, and I agree with the sentiments that's already been said. The only thing additional is that in the past, when we have done this starting later in the day, the number of public participation does not increase. And it is virtual, and the number of public participation does not increase. But let's try maybe a weekend if you want to try that. But for the future years to come, I'm always happy to explore and see what we can do. On that note, I also want to suggest that perhaps that even before we have these meetings, that staff engages in some sort of marketing campaign or public engagement process. I know other cities do that. Now, do they get a lot of responses? No. But it's worth a try, and it's about being proactive as well. And so we have those comments in advance as we have these conversations. Having said all that,
I would like to add that we as commissioners should try to do as much as possible to do our homework and ask some questions ahead of time so that we don't have to ask as many questions. I expected this meeting to go as it did because of the unfamiliarity of some of my colleagues. But I agree with what's been said. Going forward, we should try and accommodate the workforce, the citizen of Boynton, and have this at a more convenient time, because 10 o'clock in the morning, most people are working and they cannot attend either in person or online. So we are excluding a major portion of our citizen, and that's not good. I would hate to have to face committee and they tell me you guys are doing that by design, and I have no answer. But no, we're not. But then the reality of it is, who knows? So I think we are going in the right direction here with what I've heard to try to make this accommodating for as many more people. We'll never be able to satisfy all, but I think we would be able to capture more if we would have this at a more convenient time. And that's a Saturday or later in the afternoon when people get off from work.
Vice Mayor?
We've had workshops on Saturdays where literally almost no one shows up. So that, I mean, it's a fact. You can watch it on YouTube. Obviously, yes, I do understand the ability of having these workshops, and that's why maybe since we haven't really made any policy decisions today or yesterday, maybe just allowing us to finish tomorrow, and it will be at 6 o'clock. It'll be time for people to get home from work and to come in and do public comment. So if we continue it tomorrow, I think that gives a fair chance of people to communicate.
All right. It sounds like we have consensus in continuing tomorrow evening at 5:30. And will we be meeting here or back in the chambers, City Manager?
According to the posting, it's here.
Okay.
Because it's a public posted meeting, I believe we have to be here again.
That's fine.
But I just want to add that adds to IT having to break this room down completely, go over to City Hall tonight, and then be back here ready to go tomorrow evening. So we're
in the future, we should coordinate these meetings and just pick one location for multiple types of meetings.
Correct. Well, that's what we did, but not realizing the CRA is compressed within that meeting time frame.
Right.
The other part is the scheduling of this was done in advance, and this is consistent with what was done the first budget cycle I came in as a director. So I didn't upset the apple cart or change what had already been laid out, but I do have a clear consensus and understanding that we can adjust and pivot from where we were. And that makes perfect sense.
All right, thank you so much. Let's please proceed to the fire assessment fee because we are on the clock.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Mara Frederickson. All right, so just a little bit about our fire assessment. Case law requirements for the assessment itself do require that the assessment has a special benefit to a property and it's a fair and reasonable apportionment. The fair and reasonable apportionment, and this was when the study was done initially in 2001. Just to let you know, it has to be logically and factually driven. The method must be developed by the costs among the properties that are benefited by it. The method must make sense in terms of what services are being provided, and then legislation determination receives judicial deference. Basically, the commission has the opportunity to make the decision. The data components that we're looking at for the fire department: service delivery, the fire department budget, call incident data, and then the ad valorem tax roll. Right now, our fire assessment is broken down into these different categories. Residential being the main category when we talk about the fire assessment currently being $120. That is the residential rate. Then your non-residential, commercial, industrial warehouse, institutional, and nursing homes, and those are determined on a square footage basis. So our service delivery, the current fire department service level, aside from with ALS transport, total number of personnel and types of apparatus and fire flow. This is the breakdown of initially actually in 08-09 calls. So at the time they had 2,237 calls. I believe it's, I want to say probably double, tripled at this point.
16,000.
Yeah, 16,000 calls now. Residential at the time was 1,287, commercial was 550, industrial warehouse was 77, institutional was 200, and then nursing home was 123. So of that, that's how this apportionment methodology was broken down, and they determined the rates. Some of the exemptions that we have, and you'll see why this is important to note. So tax exempt non-governmental parcels, exemption of governmental property, nursing homes. We do have the hardship exemptions, which we do send those out on an annual basis to anybody that has applied in the past for them. Right now, we have about 30 typically that do apply for that on a regular basis. And we notify that, put that out on the website, and actually send them hard copies, anybody that's applied in the past. So the use of these funds can be provided for fire services, fire facilities, and fire programs. The only thing that's exempt from that, from the fire part, is EMS services. So this is a breakdown by year since inception of the fire assessment. We started in 01-02 at $48, and you'll notice now we're currently at 120. You'll see at the very end there, proposed 22, 23 as one. And we went up 48, 68, 88, 100, 120.
Can you go back one slide? Thank you.
And these are different rate scenarios that we received from our contractor this year. So currently at the 120, you would see a $0 increase. You'll see that second to the last column, the exemption. So those are some of the exemptions that I spoke about earlier. Your governmental exemptions, your hardships exemptions, things like that. So even though we may see an $8 million gross, you'll see the exemptions of those $1 million off of that. So you see $7 million net. So at 130, you would see about a $600,000 increase. 140, you would see about $1.1 million increase. 160 is 2.4. 170 is 3 million, and 180 is 3.5. And this is a breakdown of fire department's budget, the net revenue that the fire assessment pulls in, and then the percentage of their budget that is relative to that. So if you'll notice, 22-23 fire department proposed budget is 29 million. The net revenue currently at the 120 is 7.2 million. So they're bringing in about 24% of the fire department's budget. And then you'll go back, I think I took this back to 15-16. At 22 million, the fire assessment brought in about 5.6 million, and the percent of the budget for the fire assessment was 25.58%. So one of the things that we're looking to do this year with the increase is really at least accommodate for some of the percentage of the budget of the increase that we're seeing with the fire department this year as well. That's the history on the fire assessment and some of the uses of that.
Thank you, Mara. Any additional input from staff, city manager? All right, let's hear from my colleagues, Vice Mayor.
Does anyone else want to go first?
I saw you put on your mic, so I thought you wanted to speak.
Yeah. Well, looking at this historically, it's been, from 2002 to 2007, it was actually 2008. It was 7 years without an increase. 2009 and 2010 was $68. So after 2 years, it was increased. And then in 2011 until 2013, it was $88. So it appears that historically the increase in the fire assessment has been about $20 or a little less than that, depending on the year. So that's just an observation, just looking at the historical data. And then from 2014 to 2018, it was increased 5 years later, and it was increased by $20. So I'm just a little bit shocked to see why historically since 2002, it's been about a $20 increase, and now all of a sudden it's a $60 increase. And this is not my personal opinion. I'm literally just verbatim saying what I think according to the chart of the history that it's saying. So I also remember the first day on the budget hearing, you talked about that if we did not increase the fire assessment fee, that there would be a $3 million deficit in the budget. But then when we talked about what specifically do you need the money for, I didn't remember, an actual concrete answer to that effect. So I just want to ask that question. I remember Commissioner Kelly talking about potentially Fire Station 3 and maybe making improvements to it. And then you mentioned that it was not an improvement, but rather an entire construction from scratch. So there's no way at all to improve the building it would just completely have to be a revamp.
So.
Sorry, that was a lot.
That's okay. I think I followed you all the way through.
Okay.
Your first comment was the concern of the increase. I don't know what your previous fire chiefs or city managers did as far as evaluating this from a business perspective, but I did. And coming forward with this request is a direct business purpose for the fire rescue department to have a sustainable funding source. To go back to what the mayor said earlier, we're looking at diversification of revenue, general fund support of operation fluctuates with property valuations and millage rates, whereas this is a direct funding source for a direct business operation. By asking for this, and you hit it on the head, 5 years, 7 years, there were no increases. Well, whoever the manager was asleep. And that bothers me because there's no accountability for that. Asking for this, if you want to extend this out, I'm not going to come back every year asking you to increase it. But the negligence of not raising it over time has put us in this place that I'm at now where I'm asking for the large increase. We don't have a dedicated funding source for capital items such as buildings, apparatus, SCBA's, those things. All of those things have service lives.
Right.
And the problem is I can't set aside enough money to do that. So this is a way for us to fund those services fairly equitably and directly from a direct benefit funding source. So I hope I answered your question on that.
Yeah.
And I think that was it, right? Was there anything else? The rebuild of Station 3. Station 3 was built for a different era of firefighting, and it is beyond its usable service life. A rebuild would cost just as much as a new build if we were to build it to current standard, safety-wise and practically. So that is part of that conversation that we had. Walking in, it is our oldest fire station in the city. And there were health and safety issues in that station before that have not been fully resolved, but they've been band-aided, for lack of a better term. So this is a way of getting out in front of that. Now that funding source could pay a loan amount, whether I did an internal loan from our utilities department or someone like that to do the actual build, because I can't wait 5 years to accrue enough money to build that station. So that's part of that conversation point. Many people cry out for the government to run like business. This is more business operation like than anywhere else, but it's not available in every discipline of the city. So we do have a funding source. I know that it seems shocking, but I'm dealing with the sins of the past, if you will. So that's the best answer I can give you for all of those.
And you mentioned that revamping, and again, it wasn't specifically stated originally that that was the purpose for the assessment fee. It could be used for other purposes, but you mentioned it could be about $8 million. The revamping of the fire station.
I have no idea how much this fire station is going to cost. With construction prices where they are, my guess is 10 to 12 million, just as a rough ballpark. And that's with no concrete information. We have a 30% design. So therein lies my problem, is if I had 100% design, I could actually send it out for costing. But a 30% design, I'm not going to get a very accurate costing, and I'll let Andrew weigh in if he may have better information.
Yeah, I would agree with the chief at this point. With inflation and the cost of construction going up, until we actually put out, get closer to a finalized design, knowing all the particulars, we may have to redo the light. That's on minor. So there's some things that we don't fully have a grasp on until we have the full construction set. But yeah, anywhere from 8 to 10 million would be a good guesstimate.
Commissioner Hay?
Basically, to continue this conversation with Vice Mayor, I was under the impression that this was going to have a sunset date, the fire assessment, which it's not going to have based on what I'm hearing you saying. So we just need to call it what it is. It's another tax that we're paying that will be around for a long, long time. And you're asking for $60 added on top of the 120, and then yet we're talking about bringing the millage rate down just a tiny bit, and it's a trade-off. I guess the question is, why don't we just call it a tax and stop misleading the people in terms of telling them that it has a sunset date.
A couple of things about it being an assessment versus a tax. Your taxes can go for pretty much anything. Your assessment has finite spending ability. I wasn't here when this was originally introduced, and yes, it was supposed to sunset. However, that was changed over time with whoever changed that. I did not. But it is a sustainable funding source, and I'll go back to municipal finance. We deal with lump sums of money in taxes that have no business purpose, if that makes sense. When you look at a property and you value it and then you charge taxes on it, and they bought their house at a different time than you, they may be paying different tax rates, but they receive the same services from the service providers. This business model that does assessments is a business model that I can directly enumerate to the cost of doing business. I can't do that with property valuation. I can't do that with a property valuation and an ad valorem rate. So, we have an operation, and this is what I'll say about municipal finance versus business finance, is when you build a business, you build it for a profit margin to maintain your business operation and continue to sustain. In our business, we set an amount of money and then we figure out what we can do with that amount of money. I hope that makes sense. That I've been doing municipal finance for a very long time, and that's exactly what happens. So here's a pile of money. What can we do with it? What is our service level that we can define with this? And the attorney probably could weigh in a little bit more with the difference of tax versus assessment.
All I'm saying is that what was originally stated, okay? And as far as I'm concerned, a duck by any other name is still a duck. You're still paying taxes and its assessment on the people. And we're talking about taking it up to $160. Now, I don't really care what you call it, okay? It's still going to be the same. It's $160. So I don't know if the attorney you say want to shed some light on this. I wish you would.
The only light good afternoon, Mike Cirillo, City Attorney. For a special assessment, whether it sunsets or not is what not determines what's a tax. It's what it's ID'd for, as the city manager said. You have to have a special assessment. It's a specific charge for a specific service or capital improvement. And in this particular case, it's a specific charge for fire services. Again, not EMS, the fire rescue portion of the fire department's budget. There are about, I'd say, maybe 24 of these in Broward and Palm Beach counties, mostly in Broward. And they fund parts of the fire budget. So again, back in 2001, when they did it, commission did it, it was to sunset in 2008, and the commission readopted it through an ordinance in 2008, and it does not have a sunset currently. So it is authorized annually until such time as the commission says we're no longer going to do this assessment. So, but the purpose of the funds are limited to what you say you're going to charge folks for. So you couldn't take the funds from the fire assessment and use it for anything that would be in a general fund. Whereas property taxes, you collect those taxes, you can use them for any lawful purpose. So, and those are based on, again, value of property versus the demand for service.
I think we should just make it the time, just be mindful of the time. I don't think it's asking a question of whether it's a tax. I think it was more of a comment as to people still have to pay for that regardless, if I'm understanding correctly.
It's a burden to the taxpayer. It's a burden to property owners.
Right.
Who we represent.
Right.
All right, thank you. Let's Commissioner Kelly or Commissioner Turkin, whoever wants to begin first.
Go ahead.
I'm struggling because we are at a time when inflation is the highest it's been since 1981. And I am struggling with asking the residents to pay, and I understand, I understand we need the money, but I'm struggling with assessing something that is, it's a huge burden, and we can't make up for it in reducing the millage unless we reduce the millage significantly. And that's not an option when we need tax money and tax revenue as well. So I'm really struggling because I know that this, although I know this money is needed, but I feel like we can't do that this year to the residents and assess such a significant amount of money when our residents are struggling and our residents are $60 doesn't sound like a lot in the grand scheme of things, but to some families, $60 is a lot, and it means a lot to them that we are mindful of them in this and when we're thinking about budgets. And so, we're doing a lot of number crunching, and I remember from yesterday saying that we can make this work. It's going to be tight. And I feel like this year of all years, until we know how the economy is going to settle, we have to be mindful of the residents, and we have to make do. I feel like I don't know that it's just not feeling good for me to be able to look the residents in the face and say this is a good thing.
Thank you, Commissioner Turkin.
Okay, so this was supposed to sunset. It's a burden on the taxpayers. We talked about lowering the millage rate, right? We do that. That's a huge win for us. That looks great. Hey, we commissioners, we lowered the tax rate. But if we increase this, did we really lower the burden on the taxpayers? Because if you're asking me, it's no. It's no. And it's a numbers thing too, right? It depends on, I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Kelly, on how far we lower the millage rate. What does that compare to the $60, annually increase? And again, it may not seem like a lot. And I'm sure the difference is a small margin compared to the millage rate in the tax assessment, or the assessment, I'm sorry. But I just think, like, what's our intention of lowering the millage rate? Because if our intention of lowering the millage rate is to help our constituents, then we shouldn't even be discussing this because it's an additional burden. So if our intention is not to help our constituents and it's to keep revenue in the city preparing for a recession, then that's another conversation. And so my position is, we need to look at what we're going to do with the millage rate before we even talk about this. And again, I don't think it's responsible to build right now. What happens next year? Maybe we see a decrease in costs. Maybe we see a decrease in labor. Maybe it's more fiscally responsible to look at this fire station next year. That's just where I stand. And again, I brought up the sunset thing yesterday, and I thank you for doing your research and verifying that. Like, this is something that we really shouldn't be talking about, but a previous commission readopted this going into a recession. And so I want everyone to think about that before we even propose bringing this up. So that's my position.
So to be clear, because I need to understand the overall will of this body, I'm hearing not the right time is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing no change from Commissioner Kelly and Commissioner Turkin. Is that correct?
No. My thing is this: if to discuss this, we need to be looking at this side by side with the millage calculations and the impact it has on the property owners.
All right. And where do you stand, Commissioner Hay and Vice Mayor Cruz?
Agree.
On no change? You're comfortable with not changing the fire assessment fee, is that correct? I want to make sure I understood what you're saying.
Yes.
I heard a yes. Vice Mayor Cruz?
I have one more question.
Sure.
Okay. In the past 6 years, how many fire trucks has the department purchased?
I don't have that readily available, but stand by for a second.
No, I never did. Oh, this is yesterday.
This is the,
Just to fill the space with some information. So remember, fire trucks are designed to last longer than the average vehicle. So you're looking at a 10 to 15 year replacement cycle based on whatever the vehicle is. Total service life is 20 to 25 years, depending on what it is as well. But you're also talking about $1.5 million piece of equipment.
Mhm.
So, and he's having difficulty with the internet apparently. So it's going to take a couple.
So we
couple
can come back to this. I do definitely want to know that answer. Obviously, we don't want to create a burden to the taxpayers. We don't want to create a burden to our constituents. It's mindful, and obviously lowering the millage rate and raising this, it's counterintuitive in a way. It serves different purposes. So, but we also have to understand that we have to provide services to the community, and we can't not have money for a rainy day in case we needed a fire truck down the road. And I don't want to see us getting into more debt and, you know, in a way, having the assessment provides a way for us to be proactive and having those funds for a rainy day or for the purposes of purchasing apparatus that could be necessary at a certain point, which obviously it is. However, is this the right time to raise it? Maybe not. So that's why I have more questions in order to get to tell you my position. I would like to know how many trucks were purchased in the last 6 years, and I would like to know, were those trucks purchased from the general fund, or are they just never purchased from the general fund? I don't know that. Or were they purchased from, I would say that's not the case, right? So where did the money come from to purchase the trucks in the last 6 years?
Right, so currently, fire department, one of the questions you asked yesterday to Chief Bruder was, what is that non-operating? They're transferring about $1.3 million to the fleet fund on an annual basis, and that is pre-funding to those fire trucks.
The fleet fund, okay. And so where does the money for the fleet fund come from?
So all of the departments that have vehicles or things like that pay into that fund to pre-fund their vehicles.
And that comes from where?
All of our revenue streams, general fund, tax dollars, ad valorem, grants, whatever we take in as a revenue for the departments goes to pay that.
Okay. So do we
Yes,
have
sir.
the answer yet in regard to where the money came from for the last, for example, let's make it easy, for the last fire truck? Where did that money come from?
It came from the department's budget, which is commingled, meaning the assessment is part of that budget. The ad valorem taxes are part of that budget. Grant funding is part of that budget. So when I look at all those revenue streams, that's how it's done.
Okay. And then what percentage of it came from the fire assessment fee?
I can't.
So one of the things, and that's kind of why I gave you, it's the second to last slide in this presentation. If you'll note, the proposed budget is 29 million. Your fire assessment is bringing in 24% of that. So out of that fire budget is that pre-funding for those vehicles. So this fire assessment is covering 26% of the fire department's budget. And then the rest of that is covered through ad valorem taxes, ALS billing, things like that as well.
and that percentage is at the current rate of $120?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to recap. Commissioner McKinley, you said you were not for raising this right now?
Right.
Commissioner Hay?
Yes.
You said you were not for raising this?
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I heard yes earlier. Okay.
Okay. If you guys want to have that answer for tomorrow, that's fine. We can talk about it tomorrow.
I think what would be helpful, so we look at this fiscally, is looking at that spreadsheet, having you guys punch in real time. And this is just my proposal. This is what I did last night. Mars laughing. I love the spreadsheet.
Tony did a great job with it.
Yeah. Great job. The updated one. And so punch in, we obviously know what the monthly burden or annual burden that is with this assessment, then punch in the millage rate and see what that is and compare it, right? I think that's important. And then also look at the net gain or loss of our revenue to the general fund from our ad valorem tax. I think that's what we need to do. But again, my position is it's a no from me.
So thank you for that, Commissioner. I think that's an excellent point, and we're going to enter that conversation next before we leave here, and hopefully we'll have enough time. But from what I've heard, the majority has spoken already, which is no change. And so my direction to staff would be to bring back a proposal for our next commission meeting that has a fire assessment rate with no change. Any final comments on the topic of fire assessment for now, at least? All right, hearing none, can we please move forward with the millage rate so we can make sure we're done in a reasonable time?
The action about the no raise to the fire assessment, I think, can be done in a conversation now. Is that not correct? Where we won't change it, but we'll.
It could. It is my preference that we bring that back to the next commission meeting. As a matter of procedure, workshops should remain as workshops for discussion purposes only.
Okay.
Wait, so.
But wouldn't we need a change to increase it? Wouldn't that be where we need to make a motion for it?
No, we would need to reapprove the fire assessment fee every year.
Okay.
So we will just, on our next meeting, just reapprove it without a change.
Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you for clarifying that.
I appreciate that.
That's one
I do have an answer for the fire truck. 4 trucks in 6 years.
Not including ambulance.
That's only fire apparatus, not ambulances or EMS based vehicles.
Or
that includes the one from last weekend too? The one we pushed off?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to clarify, you would like us to bring back to you for Tuesday night a resolution that carries forward the current rate structure.
The current structure.
Right.
No changes.
I think it's 120 for the residential.
Yes.
One, correct? Okay.
We'll preserve the current rate structure.
We can get that and before agenda publishes, I believe.
All right.
This week.
So again, let's please proceed to millage rate in the interest of time.
Can I get started?
Yes, I wasn't sure if staff had any additional presentations or.
No,
that was it? Okay.
The millage rate is for you all. What is your will?
Okay, Vice Mayor Cruz, it looks like you wanted to speak now.
I would love to see the millage rate go down. At the same time, I want us to be mindful of a potential recession coming. I don't know the time frame. I guess I don't really know the time frame. It could be speculation, but we want to be mindful of that because as we reduce the millage rate, we're reducing our ability to collect taxes and our ability to fund important operations in the city. So that is my 2 cents. I think that we should tread lightly. We should definitely lower the rate, but we should do it responsibly. Also, to keep in mind, with the current budget, we're providing a 6% raise to general city hall employees. I'm not sure what the change is going to be with the collective bargaining agreement with SEIU. So we're not sure about that yet.
And PBA.
We don't know about the collective bargaining agreement with the PBA or what's going to happen with that. And we do know of the 7% raise that was made to the fire department, as well as the change in schedule from 24 hours to 72. So there are changes in regard to how much money we need to have as a base. It's not going to be the same as last year. So that's where I want us to tread lightly in regard to looking at the millage rate for the future.
All right, Vice Mayor, I'm going to challenge you a little bit. You said tread lightly. So which of these 3 options you see on the screen is treading lightly? Or do you want to just circle back?
I was actually looking into 7.85% as a millage rate because as time goes on, we want to continue to lower that number year by year, as obviously as the economy permits and as, our expenses permit. I would love to see that number continue to decrease, throughout time, if possible, every year. So I would love to see what the numbers look like with a 7.85,
So currently it's 7.89.
89.
Something like that.
It used to be 7.9. Last year was changed
To
a tenth of a
8.
mil to 0.89.
That's
So I
correct.
was going to look into 7.85 just to see what that would look like. And I don't know how my colleagues feel.
Yeah. Commissioner Turkin, did you want to add something to that?
Might as well bring it down to 7.79. I mean, what is that? A less than a half of a tenth of a mil? I mean, at that $247,000. Okay, that's what that's our decrease. So we go down to 7.79. Where are we at? But we're gonna cut. Let's go at least by a whole mil. We have ARPA funds. I just want to remind.
ARPA funds are limited. And they're not going to be there forever. We can't count on that as a base. Like I see where you're coming from, and I respect that. What I'm saying is we have to think about the base for the future, and the fact that with the 7% raise to the firefighters and the change in their schedule, as well as the 6% raise to City Hall employees, and additionally, we don't know what the cost is going to be, whether it's PBSO or whether it's the PBA collective bargaining agreement, as well as the SEIU for public works employees. I just want to think, and what I'm trying to say is our increases in salaries this year are going to be the new base going forward. And things are not getting any cheaper. Hopefully, if there's a recession, construction costs would decrease, and then we can look into other things like a fire station down the road. But that's kind of where I was at. I want to be very careful, because what if we do have a recession next year? What if we do? And if we lower it to 7.79, we could, right? But if we do, then how much money are we going to make next year? It would break my heart to lower it too much to a point where we may not have enough in case of a recession, and we may have to lay off staff. Like that's where I would never want to be.
Absolutely.
So I'm just, communicating where I'm coming from.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. So it sounds like the intention is not to decrease the burden off the taxpayer then, because if we want to decrease the burden, it needs to be, that's the intention. If the intention is to make sure we're prepared, then should we cut or should we keep it the same? Because we're not moving up with the fire tax assessment. And I'd like to see, can we pull up the mixed properties and compare 7.89 and let's compare the first three on property value and what that annual impact is. Let's say, what's the average home in Boynton? Maybe 300,000, a little bit north of that when you look at the market now. So we got 7.89, 7.85, and 7.79, which would be a mil.
I lean toward the 7.89.
Commissioner Hay, did I just hear you say 7.89?
7.89.
Which is?
That's what it is now.
Just keep it what it is.
Okay.
I think
$7.89. Keep it the same.
7 point, so we need to look at what it is now, the vice mayor's proposal of 7.85, and then what 1 mil less would be 7.79, and compare what the difference is to those. So that's a monthly.
Homes are really $300,000 nowadays. I mean, obviously, some people.
The assessed value. Yeah.
Some people have,
What I'm getting at is if I'm a taxpayer, what do I value more? The services of the city or a $7 change in my taxes?
Are you proposing no change then?
I'm opening up the conversation. I'm looking at the math and what's the intention? If the intention of cutting the millage rate is to help the taxpayers, then let's cut the millage rate. If the intention is to prepare for the recession, then maybe keeping it the same makes the most sense. Because I think if from a bird's eye view, I think we have more of an ability to help if we have more opportunity in the city. If we have a bigger bank account, right? For preparation. So I keep bringing up the ARPA funds. I know it sounds like a broken record, right? If we cut it a little bit, that's great. Then we lose, I think it was $200,000+ and then $600,000 for 1 mil. So those are funds that we could potentially help the community with. Now, if I'm a taxpayer, what do I feel is more important? For the ability to assist in the time of need or a $7 difference in my taxes? I think that's what we need to think about. And if, again, what's our intention? What are we cutting the millage rate for? Are we doing it for the people, for a burden? Or are we doing it as a political win? Or what are we doing it for? I think we need to focus on what the intention is.
I think the intention is to head in the right direction down the road. I don't think we need to be a little extremist right now. I think we need to look rationally at how much things cost and how slowly going towards a decrease in the millage rate, but doing it responsibly where we're not going to go. I mean, if we go down to like 10 mils, we could do it, but then what's going to happen next year? I think we need to find a balance, and that's why we're sitting here. I mean, it's not a black and white. It's always a gray area. So we have to understand that, yes, we have services that we have to provide, but at the same time, maybe it's just $7 a month, but if you multiply that by 12 months, it's something. We were talking about $60 10 minutes ago. So, and that's in a $350,000 property. How much are properties in reality right now in Boynton Beach for people that just bought them? Obviously, if you've had your property longer, it's different because you could have your homestead exception. So it's different for everyone. It's not going to affect every single person in the same exact way. But my purpose and the reason why I want to do it, it's because I want to start heading in the right direction. If we start lowering it gradually throughout time, it gives us time to continue to gather those funds, have more money in reserves, and be more responsible. That's my point of view.
Commissioner, can I answer your question?
Yeah.
And I want to echo some of the things that Vice Mayor said. This is not a black or white situation. This is about balancing the different needs. And, I realize, and I'm sure we all do, that, these minute changes equates to very small dollar savings, even smaller if you look at it in a monthly basis for residents. That's just the reality. I don't know, what number did you, $7?
Just doing
using that example. But let me just say this.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm doing this, it's not just to make these small savings. That's not even the greatest value. The greatest value in reducing the millage rate is extremely long-term, which is as we reduce the millage rate gradually and responsibly, we make this city more economically attractive for businesses to want to open here and move in here and expand in here. That reaps dividends not today, not tomorrow, not next year, but in the long term. So that is the greatest benefit without sacrificing services while simultaneously bringing some savings to the residents. So for me, that's my answer. I've known for quite some time that these 10th drops in the millage rate is equating to very small savings, but that is not the only value.
Absolutely. I 100% agree. Listen, you want to cut taxes? I want to cut taxes. Let's cut it. I think let's go. If we want to slowly get down there, let's do that. Before 7.89, it was what? 7.8. 99?
7.9.
It's been 7.9.
So they only moved it.
So the
Dropped by a mil.
no, by a 100th of a mil.
100th of a mil. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That's like,
1 mil is about $6 million.
Right.
So I'm open.
Of a mil is what I meant.
Yeah. So you want to go from 7.89 to 7.79.
So what
Can we
we're
put that
having
in?
this
It's right
conversation.
there, 619,000.
Oh, there it is. Okay, great. Middle column.
While we're having this conversation, I just want to point out, in the original proposed budget that you guys have in front of you,
Do you want to give us the page?
yeah.
Page 5.
Page 37. If you look at the bottom of that, the return to fund balance was about 4.6 million. Without the increase to the fire assessment, that brings it down about 3.5 million. So now you're at about 1.1 million to fund balance. Keep in mind that 2 million of that fund balance increase is your revenue losses for ARPA, which is part of this budget. So going forward, that is not a revenue source that you will have. So you're giving back 1.1 million if you do not increase the fire assessment at all. And 2 million of that goes away next year. So this budget, as it is currently, without the 2 million, is not a sustainable budget. Hence, some of the proposed increase to the fire assessment.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Listen, I'm not going to combat on not decreasing taxes. I think it's always a great idea. I'm sad to see the millage rate as it is now, but hopefully that'll change once we become a more prosperous city. I just, my whole thing is intention. And so, I certainly, if we're not going to keep it where it's at, and we don't want to make an impact that the taxpayers will feel, then yes, I think the most fiscally responsible thing is, between 7.89 and 7.79. Again, what's the intention here? Because if it's, to gradually get there, great. But I don't think that, I don't want to walk away and say, hey, we cut your taxes and, $7. That's my whole.
It's not $7. It would be $7
monthly
times 12 months is about, what is it? 80, what was it, $84. And if we're arguing about $60 for a potential increase to the fire assessment and how big of a deal that is, don't we think that lowering for that amount would be somewhat of a win?
Absolutely. I'm not disagreeing.
We have to think about the value, the property values are significantly increasing. And that is where my heart is. That is where my intention is. I think sometimes when we say things, it can come off a little bit offensive. My intention for lowering the millage rate is because I'm a homeowner and I understand that. And my property value went up by at least over close to between $100,000 and $200,000. I'm pretty confident that's the case for a lot of residents. And so my intention for doing this is to do the right thing for the homeowners, to do the right thing for local businesses. I don't want to go too far out and do something that is going to create an unsustainable budget, as our budget director just stated. So I want to be careful how we do it. I want to head in the right direction. I think it would help homeowners, and at the same time, not everyone has a $350,000 home. Some homes are $500,000. Some homes are higher than that. So the impact is going to be different for every person. So, the fact that we're saying a $7 change, that is inaccurate. It's under this rationale of an assessed value of $350,000. It would be about $7 a month, which would equate to like $80-something a year, which would be higher than, again, the $60 fire assessment that we were just arguing about a few minutes ago.
All right, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, 1 second. I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. Commissioner Kelly?
I feel like we have to continue to reduce the millage rate because it creates growth in other areas. It also does help to bridge that gap when our property taxes change on a yearly basis. And so, although we wouldn't be making significant decreases to someone's property taxes, we may be keeping their property taxes about the same as what they had been the year previously. But like the mayor had said, this decreasing the millage rate makes our city more appealing for businesses to come in when our taxes are not super high. So I think that we need to be responsible about reducing the millage rate. But I feel like we need to continue to slowly decrease that for the benefit of the city. And I don't want to see a huge decrease. I think we're sort of all on the same page. If we have some change, it will be very minor so that the city is not seeing a huge issue where we have to make cuts we don't want to make cuts in service. We don't want to make cuts in other areas in the city to make the millage rate smaller, to make taxes lower. That's definitely not the point of decreasing the millage rate as a whole. So that's kind of my position on it. I'm leaning more towards where the number that Vice Mayor Cruz threw out, the 7.85. I'm not opposed to 7.79. But I feel like in years past, they've made very small moves. And I want to keep that same kind of, that we make small moves so that the impact is less for the city. But I feel like we need to continue to do that, but we need to be responsible as well because we're inflation and recession are looming over us regularly. So, and right now, pretty hard. So that's kind of my position on it. I feel like we need to be responsible about it, and I think that that's kind of the consensus of the commission as a whole. But
Absolutely, Commissioner. And so in the interest of bringing this discussion to a direction, I'm going to propose what's seen on the screen in the middle, which is 7.79. That is a 1/10 of a mil reduction from where we were currently, which is 7.89. So just for the sake of getting this to a direction, how many of you, my colleagues here, is comfortable with 7.79? This is 1/10 of a reduction from a current mill. And so if you say yes, then we're there.
Yes.
If you say no, then we can look for a number that's above that, but also underneath the current number.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, of course. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I would like to ask a quick question about the history of, how many times have taxes been lowered at all? Like, I know it didn't happen for quite a while, and last year it was decreased by 0.01%. So
that is correct.
Before that, how long had it been before we had any changes at all?
I apologize. I don't know the last time it was reduced. I know it remained at 7.9 for at least 10 years or so.
10 years. So there was no reduction in about 10 years. So go ahead.
Commissioner Hay?
I would support the 7.79, but realize too that the 7.89, which is the current millage rate, with the economy, everything is going up. And I feel that because of that, keeping it the same isn't an advantage to a positive to the citizens, based on the fact that If you name it, it's gone up. If we keep the millage rate the same, it is a saving to our citizens. So that's why I propose leaving it the same, because it ends up being, in my mind, okay, still a saving based on the economy. But to move things along, those are the two numbers that I did have, was 7.89 and 7.79. So I would support 7.79.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're a little bit closer to a direction, and I appreciate that. Vice Mayor Cruz, you had asked your question. I don't know if that helped you get closer to a yes or a no.
I think you just talked about if we were to move it to 7.79, we had some ARP funds or ARPA funds this year, which we will not have next year. And assuming that property values are somewhat inflated right now, with the possibility of a recession and property values, assuming they could decrease, how would that put us as a city?
So that's something I talked about in the budget overview. Best business practice for reserves is to carry at least 2 months worth of operating. On a $106 million budget, that's about $17.6 million. Currently, our fund balance is sitting at 16.8, so we're not even carrying 2 months worth. Part of this budget was giving back to fund balance to fully fund at least what best business practices are. As I stated a few minutes ago, the $3.5 million decrease took you down to about $1.1 million to give back to fund balance. If you take down the full tenth of a mil, that's giving you about $480,000 back to fund balance, which leaves you at about $17.2 million for your fund balance for next year, which is about $400,000 short of what best business practice is carrying or fund balance.
And something just crossed my mind. I know we talked about Pirate Fest, and it was potentially about, I think it was $450,000. So we're already negative how much?
So
if we were to do that,
if you added Pirate Fest,
well, if we hadn't, how much would it be? You just said the number.
So if you reduce the 3.5 million and you reduce the 619,000, which is the tenth of a mil, you're giving $480,000 back to fund balance. But because of the 2 months that you would need for operating, yeah, you're about $400,000 short.
Short, okay. So under that rationale, then maybe we wouldn't have sufficient funding, theoretically speaking, to fund that event either, because we would already be $400,000 short, and that event in itself costs about $450,000 as of now. So my position is no, I will not support the 7.79. I will support something less than that, such as 7.85, and that's where I stand.
All right. So that is in the range that Commissioner Hay has also agreed to. I want to hear from my colleagues. We just need to narrow this down, guys.
I could support a 7.85, or even, I mean, I feel like anything that we are moving down from 7.89, we're moving in the right direction fiscally with the millage rate. So I would support 7.85 or 7.86 or 7.87. So that's where I'm at. I would support 7.85 or.
Okay. So I'm hearing 7.85 from Commissioner Kelly, Vice Mayor Cruz 7.85, and implicitly from Commissioner Hay was within the acceptable range that he already said. And Commissioner Turkin, where do you stand?
Vice Mayor, I see where your head's at. And
oh, microphone.
I see where your head's at.
It's not on.
Green light's on. Hello.
Okay.
There we go. So we have a deficit now, $247,000. Quick question: with the ARPA funds, when do those expire?
So you have to budget them by 2024 and utilize them by 2026.
By our fiscal year 2024 or January 1, 2024?
No, fiscal year 2020.
Okay. So that's 2 years, year and a half, year and 3 months. Okay. So if we're at 7.86, would we still be at a deficit? What can we plug that in? Still. Yeah.
Plug in 7.87 just so that we're seeing how the number.
Just take it down to the point where you show no deficit, huh?
So
What would that be?
7.86 leaves you.
So keep in mind, they built this proposal on what assumed millage rate? The same, 7.89?
Correct.
All right. So anything we do, because they built it around that assumption before our input, will always produce a deficit.
Right.
The only way not to produce a deficit is not to reduce the millage rate at all.
And that is saving based in this economy we in. That's my point. Okay? That's my whole point.
I think if we reduce it at all, we're doing something good for the community. Even if it's, I know we just got into a heated argument, but we have to remember what the purpose is. And we have to remember, when we talked about, again, the $60 assessment for fire and how much of an impact, or of a negative impact it would have on a family, theoretically speaking. If somebody were to save $87 instead of paying another 60 extra, I see that as a win, even if it's a small win. And again, everyone has a different situation. Everyone's home is worth different values. So
I don't think the discussion is if it's a win or not a win. I think this is a huge win. Is it 7.85 or is it 7.79 is what I'm struggling with. It's a $250,000 deficit or a $600,000 deficit.
So can I just say this? We're going to give direction to staff. They're going to readjust the budget based on the number we give them. After which they will tell us if it's possible to preserve whatever projects and events and whatnot, or it's not possible. And they'll tell us what they had to cut to make it work. So we just need to give them a direction, a number. They'll come back and then tell us what happened based on the number you gave us.
And Mr. Mayor, can I just remind the commission as well that this is, of course, is tentative. You need to set it higher. You can't raise it during your budget hearings. You can always lower it later when you go through the refinement process. So
in September,
if that in September. So if that matters in your deliberations, just want to remind you that you can lower it. You just cannot raise it when you get there in September.
Thanks for bringing that out.
That's an excellent point. Thank you for that reminder.
So
whatever we set it to, can't go above that.
So for me, because we do need to move forward, I'm comfortable with what Commissioner Kelly said earlier with 7.85.
I'm okay with that.
All right. So this is not all right. So we've got 3 so far, and where do the others stand? Vice Mayor and
it's in my range.
I'm fine with that. Yep.
All right. We have consensus. I want to thank all of you for being so patient and working with us.
And this resolution will also go on for Tuesday.
That is correct. Okay. At 7.85.
At 7.85.
All right. Now, is there anything else from staff that needs to be added? Because we do need to move on to public comments before we can adjourn for the day. All right. Hearing nothing else from staff. Any other final comments from my colleagues before public comment? Anything else?
I just want to thank everybody for today. Thank you, Finance, for coming back with this.
And Well, as always, we'll do in person, then online, and city clerk. Just want to remind you, we do have that one individual from yesterday who messaged me. I forwarded you that message. If you could read that into the record. All right. So let's begin as always with in person. Please approach the podium. Council, you have the timer, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you for the reminder.
Same rules apply as always.
Yeah, hi. I'm going to give my legal name and legal address, unlike some people in this room. Ernest George Mignoli, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit Condo 407, District 2, Boynton Beach, Florida 33435. I'll start off by saying again today, I find it interesting that when we're talking the fire department, the city manager keeps talking, and then the assistant city manager calls him chief. So they all got mad at me. How dare you do that? Oh, that's your opinion. I didn't say that. And then we have the other people politically who took a lot of contributions from the firemen and et cetera, that are constantly, every time we try and save some money, vice mayor goes in with a 7-hour dissertation, followed by a police officer's wife, right? Who right away, we go right back up again. So we get nowhere. And then we got a city lawyer that I don't even have.
Sir,
what?
Keep your comments general.
They are general.
Do not direct any comment to any specific individual. Proceed.
Wait a minute. I'm not allowed to talk about the city.
Continue, sir. Your time is moving. Continue.
All right. The commissioners, in my opinion, right, are tainted. You're doing a lot of things on the side. You're doing a lot of collusion, a lot of conspiracy. You think it's funny, Mr. T. Everything's funny to you, right? All you care about is fishing and whatever else. Yeah, we really thought you were going to help us out, but you know something? You turned out to be just another yes guy. I'm sorry, I violated. You told me not to talk to somebody directly. I apologize. The commissioners, in my opinion, are very, very, very in violation of just everything. Robert's rules, Open Public Meeting Act rules, hearing rules, public. Yeah, the public is here to come in here, and you keep making it seem like, oh, it's because it's in the day. Well, you have them at night. No one comes except me anyway. So what excuse do you have for alienating and putting the public in fear? And most of us are under horrible financial situations, and most of you are benefiting salary increases, all your money that you get from all these developers. You don't think we know that the bar lady's ex-boyfriend is the biggest developer here, buying up all the land, Fitzgerald? You don't think we know all this stuff? You don't think I got all the records? You charge me $800, $700, $900 for all the records, and I see all the.
Sir, your time has expired.
It went fast. Can I get an extra minute?
No. All right, remove yourself from the podium. You are finished. Thank you. We're now moving on. Is there any other in-person public comments? Seeing none, we're going to go online. Charles, is there anybody with the digital hands raised?
Yes, I have two.
Who are they?
David Katz, you have been unmuted.
All right, I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining so you can pace yourself. Let's begin with Mr. Katz.
David Katz, you're self-muted.
All right, going once, going twice, going 3 times. And we'll circle back to him. Let's go to the second online speaker, and hopefully that'll work better.
The second is Ace Tilton Ratcliffe. You have been unmuted.
Hi there, Ace Tilton Ratcliffe, P.O. Box 696, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33435. I just wanted to thank everyone for being here today. I know that it's been a really long 2 days. And one of the things that I just wanted to bring up a little bit of concern about, I'm on both the art and the library board, and repeatedly through this meeting today, the places where the mayor asked for areas to become entirely self-sustaining or to help but not for forever were things like the Schoolhouse Museum or the art board. You didn't say it about the library, but the library really runs on grants and kind of a pittance of the budget. And I found that really frustrating. I find that these things bring an invaluable level of beauty and just an incredible level of value to the city of Boynton Beach, and to see that not reflected in the way that you guys are talking about this, and to see that not reflected in the budget is something that I find to be really, really frustrating. I think that pretty much covers it. I hope that you will look seriously at increasing the budget for those places, for the arts and for the library. And I hope that you'll also continue focusing the conversation about the economics when it comes to controlling rent, controlling for the cost of living, controlling for income and how much is made hourly here in Boynton Beach. I think those are going to make a much bigger difference for your constituents than a tiny percentage increase in the millage rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try one more time for Mr. Katz. If you could unmute yourself, and I'm going to give you that opportunity to speak.
David Katz, you're still self-muted.
All right, going once, going twice. All right, we're going to move on from virtual public comment. Thank you, everybody. City Clerk, could you please read into the record that email that I received?
There's an email received by Christine Roberts yesterday. Good afternoon, Ty. I tried earlier to speak at the meeting using the meeting app. I'm not sure why I wasn't able to be heard as my phone showed the microphone was unmuted. I wanted to address the fire assessment. The assessment was set years ago at $75 for residents, and the purpose was to build new fire stations and personnel and equipment for those new stations. The residents were told this would be sunsetted after a certain amount of time. The stations got built, personnel hired, and new equipment was purchased, both vehicles and building materials such as new furniture. The purpose was not to use the fund for personnel. I applaud you and the commission for asking questions of the fire chief. I think it is very important to consider the increase to the assessment. I'm not in favor of an increase. I don't think that there is enough justification to raise it by $60. I would like to know how will the funds be used? What is the dollar amount for capital projects, and what other uses will the increase go towards? It was never intended to keep funding this. Hopefully staff will show the initial history of the assessment. I speak to many residents each year who complain about this assessment. I attended the first public meeting when the fire assessment was proposed. It was very contentious, especially with residents. After 7 years, it was supposed to sunset. Please, I am asking that you and the commission look at the amount of the fire department is requesting. I've listened all day and did not hear anything that justifies such an increase. In fact, I thought it was interesting that the chief did not really give an explanation with amounts as to why the increase is needed. Again, it was never intended to be there just to fund personnel costs. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to tomorrow's meeting. As one of the commissioners mentioned, there are a lot of residents on fixed incomes. Approval of this will hurt their pocketbooks at a time when the economy has already strapped fixed income citizens. I do believe if the assessment is sunsetted in the future, stations need to be built, that this could be funded in the capital fund, not for a bond. And that's it.
All right, thank you. That closes public comments. Any final comments from my colleagues? Commissioner Hay or Vice Mayor Cruz, any final comments before we adjourn? Commissioner Turkin or Commissioner Kelly?
Nope, just thank you, everybody.
Yeah, no.
All right, thank you. Oh, okay, Vice Mayor Cruz. Good thing
A couple seconds. All right, thank you to staff for putting this together, and thank you to my colleagues for, being thoughtful and taking a step in the right direction. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. If there's nothing else, Council, go ahead.
Just to confirm, so we're going to move the two resolutions for trim and for fire forward for your next Tuesday's meeting. Can we move forward just for logistics, the canal assessment one as well, and put that on for Tuesday night? I know you didn't finish up discussion today, but
we can always
we do
discuss
have an
it then.
agenda deadline, so that we can at least have it there before
Yeah.
a vote.
Yes, let's have that discussion then.
Like, I just wanted to confirm that before we just did that on
No,
ourselves.
I appreciate that.
Goes off agenda tomorrow.
Anything else?
So we're not coming back tomorrow. We're done. Just for the record.
We're still coming back to talk about legal,
Yeah.
to give public
Oh,
comment. All right, not in the morning, 5:30, same place right here. Motion to adjourn, please.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right, the meeting's adjourned. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you at the CRA meeting.